boma mufuna kuti tiyikemo chani. Ndiye mkumano umenewo umachitika ma meeting ngati amenewa imene machedwa kuti pa Chingerezi pre-budget consultation, ndipo zinthu zimenezi nzofunikira kwambiri ku dziko la Malawi. Ndikhale ndikucheza ndi anthu osiyanasiyana kuti timve maganizo awo kuti kodi iwowo akuyembekezera zotani mu budget ya chaka chino. Oyambirira kuti ndicheze naye mawa uno ndi mtolankhani wathu wa MBC yemwe ndili naye tsiku la lero, George Mkandawire. Ndifuna ndimve kuchokera kwa George kuti kodi iye ngati mtolankhani budget imeneyi akuyimvesetsa motani. Ndikulandire George.
Tathokoza kwambiri Hassan komanso kwa amene akutionera ndi kutimvera pa wireless ya MBC komanso kanema wa MBC. Ndithu mene wafotokozera muja kuti kwakukulu cholinga chachikulu cha mkumano umenewu nkufuna kumva maganizo anthu osiyanasiyana, kuli amalonda, a business, amabungwe mwesi aboma, kuli amipingo, kuli osiyanasiyana, ophunzira ochoka msukulu zawo kachenjede ndi zina zotero. Cholinga chake nkuti afotokoze, amve bwinobwino anduna zachuma, amve kuchokera kwa anthu amene wakuti kodi kwenikweni akufuna kuti mboma mu budget ya chaka chimene chikubwera cha 2026-2027 mukhale zotani. Nde kwakukulu nkufuna kumva maganizo a anthu.
George, tikamati budget kwa iwe ngati mtolankhani umachimva kuti budget ndi chani?
Budget ndi chinthu chimene ndingati kuti mu Chingerezi ndi financial plan yeti. Muchiwa tingati kuti ndi ndondomeko za chuma imene munthu umakonza. Kandi pa nyumba pamafunika kukhala budget. Chifukwa simungamangotenga ndalama mangotulusa opanda kukhonza bwinobwino zinthu. Koma mukuyena kukhala ndi kadongosolo kena kake kaza chuma chanu. Kati yesere muli ndi 4 kwacha pa nyumba paja 4000 kwacha, kodi 4000 kwacha imene tigwitsa ntchito bwanji. Ndiye pamayina kukhala ndondomeko. Ndiye ku dziko so kumakhala budget. Ndiye budget imeneyo ndi imene imatsogolera, imakhala ndi mulozo umene umatsogolera dziko maka pa nkhani za chuma chake kuti chikuyenda motani. Ndiye ukaonetsetsa dongosolo za chuma cha boma limene limadalira kwambiri misonkho ya anthu imene anthu amakhoma, komanso thandizo losiyanasiyana limene limachokera ku mayiko ndi mabungwe akufuna kwabwino amene amathandiza dziko lino pa chuma chake komanso pa chitukuko chake. Ndiye dongosolo limeneli limathandizira chifukwa ngati palibe dongosolo ndizichamangona chisokonezo. Upeza kuti nthawi zina zake pena pake mwina zakanika, mwina nkhani ya kusowa kwa mankhwala, mafuta amene ngati simunapange dongosolo lomveka bwinobwino, fertilizer amene ndiye mukakhala kuti mwayika dongosolo labwino mchimake ndithu zinthu zimayenda bwino. Ndifotokozeso apa national budget imeneyi, national plan imeneyi ikapita ku nyumba ya malamulo kuja akamaka iunikira, amaunikira ndaphunga nyumba ya malamulo. Ndiye pamene akuunikira aphunga nyumba ya malamulo dongosolo limene la zachuma nthawi zambiri likadutsa ena amene akuti ndi lamulo, iyi ndi lamulo, koma chifukwa kuti amakambirana ndaphunga nyumba ya malamulo amene amapanga malamulo ndiye limakhala lamulo. Ndiye chifukwa chake mukapeza kuti mwina wina kuwazembetsa ndalama, wasokoneza ndalama zimenezi amamangidwa amakhala kuti waswa ndithu lamulo la dziko. Ndiye tifotokoze kunena kuti mudongosolo la zachuma makhala zinthu zosiyanasiyana zimene zimathandiza kuti dziko lipite chitsogolo. Simungangoyenda ngati dziko opanda mulozo umene ukulozerani tulowere apa. Ukuonetsetsa ati ndi Malawi 2063 imene ndi mulozo wathu wachitukuko. Timakhala kuona kuti kodi kamadzafika 2063 tufuna tikhale titatani.
Chifukwa pamenepo akumanena kuti ma budget onsewa akuyeneka azilunjika ku mulozo umene wa Malawi 2063.
Kwa basi ukaonetsetsanso President Professor Arthur Peter Mutharika nthawi ya misonkhano yokopa anthu ija analonjeza boma lawo kuti ife tikadzatenga boma tidzakubweretserani 5 billion kwacha pa constituency ya chitukuko. Ndiye ndalama imeneyo ikuyenera ikhale mu budget muja. Ndiye ngati yapezeka kuti ni mu budget muja, ndiye kuti sipakhala povuta ngati dziko kuti tipite chitsogolo. Ndiye nthawi zina mwina ngati anthu pamene pabwera mikumano ngati imeneyi amaunikirana anthu fundo zosiyanasiyana.
George, mwina pamene popo ukuona kuti nizofunikira bwanji kuti unduna wa zachuma uzikhala ndithu ndi nthawi kupanga ma consultation, kuyankhulana ndi anthu osiyanasiyana, kumva maganizo awo, nizofunikira bwanji kuti dongosolo ngati limenelo lidzichitika?
Dongosolo ngati limenelo lomafumva maganizo a anthu nilofunikira, ili ngati mbali imodzi yolimbikitsa ulamuliro wabwino komanso kulimbikitsa decentralization ndi zina zotero. Chifukwa pamawa budget ija ikapita ku nyumba ya malamulo yavomerezedwa, tonse tizakhala kuti ndiyeni yake a chinthu chicha.
George, tikhale tikucheza bwino lomwe apa ndikuona tili ndi Professor Wells Singini yemwe ndi Vice Chancellor wa Mzuzu University. Ndifuna ndimveso George, tikhale tikupitiliza kucheza naye nthawi ina iliyonse. ndikuona apa ameya a mzinda wa Mzuzu Chiyembekezo Moses nawonso afika. Kwa inu amene mukutionera pa MBC komanso mukutimvera pa MBC Radio 1 tili kunotu ku Mzuzu kumene ndithu kukuchitika mkumano umenewu umene ndithu nduna ya zachuma Joseph Machola Mwanamveka akukumana ndikulandireni Professor Wells Singini.
Ziwa mkwambiri.
Inu mwabwera nawo kuno ku zochitika zimenezi. Kodi mukuona kuti nzofunikira bwanji kuti mpaka na the academia should also come in and participate in this pre-consultation budget meeting?
Ziwa mkwambiri. Poyamba musaiwale kuti nonse ndi amene akupanga budget tinaphunzitsa ndife. Ndi zero zathu tinapasa. So mchoyeneraso kuti tikhale nawo nafeso tizipereka nawo maganizo amene budget ikuna tiziyendera. So kwa ife ngati ma university ndife osangala kwambiri kuti amatikumbuka nthawi zonse kuti zipanga nawo participate pa ma budget consultations.
Apa ndikuona ndithu anduna kuti afika ndikhale ndikupitiriza kucheza nawo Professor Wells Singini nthawi ina iliyonse. Ndikuona ndithu apanso ndi Dr. John Gondwe kuchokera ku University of Livingstonia. Dr. Gondwe.
Yes sir.
Lero tu mwayi kuti anthu aku Mzuzu apereke maganizo awo wafika.
Yes.
Inu ngati University of Livingstonia mu nenende mangayotani?
Ifeyo choyamba tithokoze nduna azachuma pobwera kuno ku Mzuzu kuzamva maganizo ama stakeholders akuno ku Mzuzu makamaka ifeso oyimira maskulu maphunziro pamwamba ndife osangala kwambiri. Chichapa mwamba choti chimene tikambiyane panopo ngataka pange budget zonse kuti budget imene akapangeyo ndiyo chokera ku Malawi yothandiza Malawi ndipo zambiri zomwe tikuyembera takhoza kupanga makamaka ineyo chimene ndinganene kwambiri ni kuti I think kumbali ya mpira wa miyendo ku Malawi kunoko tili kumbuyo kwambiri mipira ikulu ngati AFCON chati city machita bwino. I think aonjezere ndalama zambiri ku sports kuti ayembe kuphunzitsana pa grassroots ku academy azikwera pakana kumwamba choncho. Apart from zambiri zina zimene akhoza kupanga.
Ndathokoza kwambiri Dr. John Gondwe kwa kuti tikhale tikucheza bwino ikatha mkumano umenewu tikuita nanisoni pano pa MBC kuti mupitirize kutambasula mfundo zanu.
Sikoma kwambiri.
Umoto ndimene tikuchezera ndi anthu osiyanasiyana mkatimu nthawi ina iliyonse mkumano umenewu ukhale ukuyamba. Ndikuona anduna azachuma Joseph Machola Mwanamveka afika kale mbwalomu kuti mwambo onse uyambe. Ndiye musachoke chifukwa tu pano pali zinthu zofunikira kwambiri zimene zitapange determine kuti kodi dziko la Malawi ku nkhani ya zachuma tikhale tikuyenda motani. Uwu ndi mwambonso umene kwafika mafumu nawonso ali konkuno kuti apereke maganizo awo. Apa tsopano mwambo kuyamba ndikuperekeni kwa anzathu mkatimo kuti muone kuti tsatane wa mwambo umenewu ukuyenda motani.
The Governor of the Reserve Bank of Malawi, Dr. McDonald Mafuta Mwale, the Commissioner General of the Malawi Revenue Authority, Mr. Felix Tamblas, the President of the Malawi Local Government Association, Your Worship, Mayor Isaac Jomo Osman, the Principal Secretary for Decentralization in the Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization, Mr. Peterson Ponderan, the Director General, National Planning Commission, Mr. Frederick Changaya, representatives of the academia led by the Vice Chancellor of Mzuzu University, Professor Wells Singini, representatives of the faith-based community led by Livingstonia Church and Society, Reverend Matt Mlaga, representatives of the society organizations the civil society organizations led by Mr. Moses Mkandawire, representatives of various professional bodies, representatives of the private sector organizations and the business community present here, directors and all senior government officials here present, all Malawians present here, members of the press, all Malawians following the proceedings through the televisions, radio stations, various online platforms and social media like Facebook. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. My name is Patrick Dipava and I'll be your moderator this morning. And before we proceed into the business of today, allow me to invite Evangelist Francis Harawa to commit today's proceedings into the hands of God. Evangelist Harawa, please.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we want to thank you this morning for this gathering. It is an important gathering, my Lord. Father, we pray and dedicate this session, the pre-budget session, that is very important to this nation. It is also very important to the vision and the agenda of the government of the President, Professor Arthur Peter Mutharika. Father, we want to dedicate this session. We want to dedicate your leaders, your servant, the Minister of Finance, Joseph Matola Manamveka, MP. We want also to dedicate all budget team from the Minister of Finance and all stakeholders. Father, I commit your servants, the ones who will be doing their presentation this morning. Let it be fruitful and let it be beneficial to Malawians. For free education, it's a challenge. It needs your intervention. Father, we pray and commit and dedicate every member that is present this morning into your holy hands. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Evangelist Francis Harawa. Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome you to this second pre-budget consultative meetings for the financial year 26-27. This is a critical time for us to share views and share the budget and shape the budget direction. Your inputs are very important and relevant for the development of the budget. I would like, therefore, to invite your active participation and constructive contribution. We are here to build Mother Malawi. We have rapporteurs here, and all your contributions will be recorded. I also encourage you to make written submission to the budget office. We have about 3 hours to transact this morning, so I would urge each one of us to use that 3 hours productively so that we get the best out of it. We drive into the next 12 months with what we contribute in these 3 hours. At this point, we have an agenda before us, and we have a number of items that we should transact. And each one of us has got, those who are making presentation have got 10 minutes to present. May I request you to get prepared to deliver the message in the presentation within those 10 minutes. At this point, allow me now to humbly request the Secretary to the Treasury, Dr. Cliff Kenneth Chiunda, to give us welcoming remarks. Thereafter, he will invite the Honorable Minister to give us a statement. Dr. Chiunda, please.
Good morning to all. Monile Monse. Ise tili makola kwa rimwe. The Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization, Honorable Joseph Machola Mwanamveka MP, the Governor of the Reserve Bank, Dr. MacDonald Mafuta Mwale, the Commissioner General of the Malawi Revenue Authority, Mr. Felix Tamblas, the President of the Malawi Local Government Association, His Worship, Mayor Isaac Jomo Osman, the Mayor of Mzuzu, His Worship, Mr. Chiembekeso Moses, the PS for Decentralization in the Ministry of Economic Planning and Decentralization, Mr. Pondelani, the Director General National Economic Planning Commission, Mr. Frederick Changaya, representatives of the academia led by the Vice Chancellor of Mzuzu University, Professor Wells Singini, representatives of the professional bodies who are gathered here, representatives of private sector organizations here, representatives of civil society organizations led by Mr. Moses Mkandawile, representatives of faith-based organizations led by Livingstonia Church and Society, Reverend Matt Mlaha, senior government officials here present, members of the press, Director of Ceremonies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my singular honor and privilege to warmly welcome you all to the second session of the 2026-27 pre-budget consultation meetings here at Sunbed Mzuzu Hotel. This meeting is taking place after our first meeting that took place in Lilongwe on Friday, 9th January 2026. The last session will be held on Wednesday, this Wednesday, on 14th January 2026 in Blantyre. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first round of pre-budget consultations that the Honorable Minister of Finance and myself are administering since our appointment to serve in the Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization. The occasion presents a unique opportunity for you, our distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to share your perspectives on how best we can move our country forward by using the national budget as a strategic tool for development. Therefore, we look forward to receiving constructive views and proposals that will be carefully considered in the formulation of the upcoming budget. As we deliberate on the prospects of the 2026-27 budget, it is also very important to acknowledge the economic realities that are facing our nation. We continue to face very significant macroeconomic imbalances arising from both internal and external shocks. Our discussion today, therefore, must focus on how to effectively manage these challenges through prudent and disciplined implementation of the budget. I therefore wish to appeal to all gathered here to provide very constructive, solution-oriented proposals that will enrich the 2026-27 budget process. Your submissions and comments, contributions are valid in ensuring that the budget is not only technically sound, but also responsive to the needs of our people, thereby contributing to economic stability and sustainable growth of our country. Without wasting much time, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, it is now my singular honor and privilege to invite the Honorable Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Development and Decentralization to deliver his opening remarks. Over to you, Honorable Minister. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Good morning. The Secretary for Treasury, Dr. Cliff Kenneth Chunda, and the Governor of the Reserve Bank of Malawi, Dr. McDonald Mafuta Mwale, the Commissioner General of the Malawi Revenue Authority, Mr. Felix Tamblas, the President of Malawi Local Government Association, His Worship the Mayor Isaac Jomo Osman, the Mayor of Unzuzu City, Councillor Chembekezo Moses, the Director General, National Planning Commission, Mr. Frederick Changaya, representatives of the academia led by Vice Chancellor of Unzuzu University, Professor Wells Singini, representative of civil society led by Mr. Moses Nkandawire, representatives of the faith-based organization, Reverend Matt Mlaga, I hope that is correct, representatives of the professional bodies, representatives of private sector organization and business community here present, senior government officials, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege for me to be here at Sunbed Hotel this morning to preside over the second consultative meeting for the 2026-2027 pre-budget consultation. Let me express my sincere appreciation to all the stakeholders that are here for coming to attend this budget consultation. I would like to thank you for sparing your precious time and coming to attend this pre-budget consultation meeting. Your views, inputs, and suggestions into the 2026-27 budget are critical so that together we can support and transform this economy. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are all aware, the Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization has always prioritized the need to consult stakeholders in order to solicit views and contributions into the national budget. The budget remains an important tool in fostering economic prosperity and eradicating poverty, especially in times like these when the economy is experiencing various internal and external shocks. It is, therefore, important that we brainstorm together areas that the budget should focus on to promote economic growth and resilience. This is the second session, as I've already alluded to. The first one, we had it in Lilongwe on the 9th January. The purpose of this gathering this morning is mainly to hear from you, our stakeholders. As such, please, I kindly request you to be free, express your views and suggestions. We are here to do more listening than talking. We are here not to point fingers at each other, but rather to share views and ideas that will assist in transforming our economy. No one person, not even the president alone, can transform this economy. It requires all of us together as Malawians to participate and ensure that our economy is transformed. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2026-2027 pre-budget consultation is taking place against a backdrop of significant global, regional, and domestic economic challenges. These national consultations underscore government's commitment to inclusive, transparent, and participatory public finance management, ensuring that the fiscal and development priorities are informed by broad-based stakeholder engagement. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, according to the Public Finance Management Act of 2022, my ministry is mandated to prepare and oversee implementation of the national budget. To effectively fulfill this mandate, the ministry relies significantly on the contributions from various stakeholders present here. This meeting is therefore critical and of utmost importance, as it provides us with the opportunity to gather and solicit views on the formulation of the 2026-2027 national budget from a diverse range of stakeholders. Let me now turn to the state of the economy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Malawi economy continues to face significant macroeconomic pressures, which include persistent foreign exchange shortages, high inflation, climate-induced shocks, infrastructure and energy constraints, which have weighed down on the overall economic performance. As a result, economic growth remains modest, with real GDP growth slightly revised downwards to 2.7% in November 2025 from an earlier projection of 2.8%. Ladies and gentlemen, nonetheless, the medium-term outlook remains positive. Let me repeat that. The medium-term outlook remains positive, with GDP projected to strengthen to close to 4% in 2026 and 4.9% in 2027, supported by targeted investment and policy reforms under the National Economic Recovery Plan. By the way, we have an economic recovery plan, which at some point we also invite you to have a discussion specifically on this plan. We did, in fact, I was discussing with the ST whether we should have it here, but otherwise we would have overcrowded this meeting. But we'll have a special stakeholder meeting to discuss this plan. Well, on that, before before taking over government, we had to do a plan, because we knew Malawians will decide to make sure that Professor Thapitam Tarika is back in government. So we had a plan already. We didn't want to go into government guessing. The beauty is that Professor Thapitam Tarika has been there. He knows where to touch. He knows the challenges that Malawians are facing. And the fact that Malawians have said come back, I think it's a demonstration that they still have trust. They have trust in our president. So it is not about guesswork. It's something that we have planned. So that should be what needs to be done. And some of us, including my colleagues on the table there, we also know what to do. Some of us, we had a privilege of being in the private sector. I've been to Reserve Bank of Malawi. I've been ST. I've also been a minister in very critical ministries like trade and industry, agriculture. So it's not about guesswork, but we know what needs to be done. To date, inflation pressures have remained elevated, largely driven by shortages of food, forex, and fuel. Annual inflation averaged actually for the 2024, the inflation averaged 32.3%. That is as of 2025. This is an increase from 9% in 2020. So you can imagine inflation has jumped from almost 9% in 2020, and as we speak now, the average is 28.5%. And because of this, people's disposable incomes have been eaten. People are failing to meet their needs because the purchasing power of their income has been eroded. And for those that are putting money in the bank, also agree with me, actually, because if inflation is higher than the deposit rate that you are getting, then it means you are getting a negative rate of return. That's what it means. So as I've said, in short, to medium term, the anticipated improvements in key productive sectors will moderate this inflation further. Our key priority sectors are, I think, 4, if not 5. We have the agricultural sector, tourism, mining, manufacturing, and SMEs. Because an economy cannot grow if the SMEs are not growing. So those are the, I think, these 5 priority areas that government will concentrate on. Let me go now to the pressure points. Our pressure points are 1, statutory expenditures. Those that we cannot avoid, neither can we take them away. These are wages and salaries, interest payments, and pension obligations, including gratuities. Collectively, these obligations account to more than 90% of domestic revenue in the current fiscal year, thereby leaving minimal fiscal space for discretionary spending. Colleagues, you can imagine only these 4 areas, wages and salaries, interest payments, pension and gratuities, they take 90%. So there's only 10% remaining. for us to do other things. So you can imagine the challenge that we have as government and also as your ministry, the Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in addition to these mandatory expenditures, the government bears unavoidable social responsibilities that cannot be deferred. These include the provision of essential pharmaceuticals, the delivery of accessible and quality education, the supply of affordable farm inputs to support local food security, and the allocation of resources for critical national development initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, the focus is also constrained by the need to clear arrears accumulated over the past 5 years, which continues to exert pressure on the national budget. Just to give you a picture, in 2020, our public debt was 4.1 trillion. In 2020, it was 4.1 trillion. But as we speak today, as of September 2025, the public debt is over 22 trillion. How many times? Almost like 6 times or thereabouts what it was in 2020. In addition to that, as I've said, inflation was at 9. Now it is at over 28%. Interest rates, I'm sure your colleagues that are here, you will recall that when we left government in 2020, the policy rate was at 12.5%. But as we speak today, it is at 26. The interest rates in banks at that time, lending rates were hovering around 17-18%. But today, I'm sure the people from the Real Bank, when they are making their presentation, you'll see that if you are to borrow from the banks, it's normally policy rate plus 6% for those that have borrowed. So it is the policy rate 26 plus another 6%, hovering about 32%. So can you imagine you going to the bank to borrow at 32%? What kind of business are you going to do to be able to pay to the bank and also make some return? It's a big challenge. That's why you are seeing that most of our companies are struggling. Our SMEs are dying. For those that have borrowed from the banks, I can guarantee you, most of them, yes, you will perform the first 3-4 months, and thereafter it becomes underperforming. And then the bank will start chasing you. The reason, because of the higher interest rates. And with these high interest rates, how do you expect us to create jobs? It's not possible. How can we create value addition that we need? How can we employ the youth that are, so many of them that are there? They have finished their schools and their expectation is that the government has to, or even the economy itself has to. And the private sector, as I've said, is also struggling. So the issue of, because we normally say that government is overcrowded in the private sector, it's not only us because of borrowing, but also because there's high interest rates in the banks. So people are failing to go and borrow because they know they cannot be able to pay back. So that's the challenges that we have. Now let me come to current reforms. Besides all these challenges, government is currently implementing a set of reforms anchored in the National Economic Recovery Plan, NEP, aimed at addressing immediate macroeconomic and social challenges while laying a strong foundation for sustainable and inclusive growth. In support of this, government has already announced and has begun implementing a range of revenue enhancing and expenditure control measures during the 2025-2026 budget review. This is where, as a ministry or as government, we need your support. I would say that as we speak today, our economy is on a deathbed. And if we are to make sure that we move away from this deathbed, even when you go to hospital, there are times they will have to give you strong medication, which at times has side effects, and those side effects you will not feel comfortable with. But the ultimate goal is for you to get healed. We are in that situation. I need your support. I know we have done some reforms, some tax measures. We also put measures to cut on expenditure. Because for us to narrow the deficit, there are two ways that we can do. The first is to make sure that we cut on expenditure and at the same time increase the revenue as much as possible. If we can't do that, again, it means we'll have a challenge. So the choice is for us as Malawians. The choice is for us as stakeholders. Do we still want us to remain on this deathbed, where government is failing to provide medicines in hospitals, where we don't have foreign exchange? Now people are queuing for foreign exchange in the banks. All the SMEs that go to Tanzania for business, those that go to Zambia, those that go to South Africa, I can guarantee you they are suffering because we don't have foreign exchange. And we are failing to meet our social obligations. For us to quickly buy the fertilizer this year, it was a challenge. But I'm glad things are improving. Our foreign exchange is improving, and we'll make sure that we are able to, we should have adequate foreign exchange, and make sure that we buy the medicine. There are 4 Fs, actually there are 4 Fs. There's forex, fuel, fertilizer, and food. Those are our key priorities. I'm also pleased to say that because of the foresight of our President, Professor Tapita Mutharika, we have enough maize. And the prices of maize is coming down. I'm aware that I've been castigated to say if you are saying the maize should come down, what happens to fertilizers? What happens to the inputs that we have? They all come together. That's what I want to do. They all come together. Because, I'm saying this because the cost of production, even fertilizer, has gone up as a result of lack of foreign exchange. People are using the black market, not the official rate. If the private sector was using the official rate at 1,750, I'm sure the fertilizer would have been cheaper. But because they have already embedded in their pricing the black market, that's why today fertilizer is almost is close to 150, 160. But when I'm saying price of maize will come down, and it's coming down. In fact, I was at Kanengo, I think Kanengo, meeting one of went to Tobacco Control Commission, now TC. We found out people are selling their maize at 35 kwacha. So can you look into the future, given that if God indeed, well, this year looks like we may have a bumper. I'm not in agriculture, but the prospects that we have good rains. And together with our measures that we're going to put in place, I want to assure that we make sure that the inflation goes down, inclusive of the inputs. I'm not saying, and when you are talking about that, the price of maize will be around I still repeat, around 20,000. I don't mean that it's government buying. Like now, the prices are coming down. Everyone knows that who's keeping maize. He knows that if he keeps that maize, he will not sell it at 100,000. He can foresee it. That's why now we are prepared to sell it at 35,000 kwacha. That's what we would want, and to make sure that happens. Let me now, ladies and gentlemen, indicate that government is currently implementing a set of reforms anchored on the National Recovery Plan, aimed at addressing immediate macroeconomic and social challenges, whilst laying a strong foundation for sustainable development. Now let me turn to debt management and restructuring. Considering the high debt levels, I've mentioned about 22 trillion and more as of September 2025. We are quite committed to reduce this debt. How do we do it? Obviously, we have to restructure the debt. We will structure it in a number of ways. One, of course, we have to reduce the actual borrowing. We also have to lengthen the period of repayment of our debt. We also need to look at the interest payable. And where possible, I'm saying where possible, we'll be applying the haircut. We're going to apply a haircut. This haircut, it will vary depending on the size of the head, whether it's, and the amount of hair you have. We'll make sure that we will cut a bit. We will do it in a manner that doesn't disrupt the economy. Neither will it affect all the investors. We'll do it because, as I said, I've been there. We'll make sure that together we should apply these measures without harming any investor. Because we cannot do it in a manner that harms the investor, then they will not come to invest. We'll make sure that the beauty about it is that even the investors are prepared. They know that there is likely to be a haircut, and there will be some kind of restructuring. We have already started discussing with our bilateral and multilateral donors, and there's a positive indication. Because one of our major bilateral, I think there's India, China. I'm sure you have heard us announcing that in some cases they've given us, and they have forgiven part of our debt. And also we have lengthened, for the balance, we have lengthened the period of repayment period. We have also cut on interest rates. We have done that with India, Afrexim Bank. We are doing that with TDB. We are doing that with the African Development Bank, and we'll continue doing that. But I'm sure you agree with me, we can't just deal with the foreign investors and leave out our local investors. We have to participate in this space, and for us, for a better future for everybody. With regard to budget formulation, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the 2026-2027 national budget will be anchored on the Malawi 2063 10-year implementation plan, MIP1, and the national economic recovery, with continued prioritization of economic stabilization and investment in key productive areas, which I already mentioned: agriculture, tourism, mining, and manufacturing. As for the North, if you check in our manifesto, we have specific projects that we think we need to undertake. There are many, both in the agriculture, whether it is in the other sectors like trade. We have a number of projects. Just to mention a few, we have the Mombela University. By the way, this was our project. We can't disown it. We have to finish it. And our president, Professor Ratam Tarika, has made sure it is finished, and he has delegated our second vice president to delegate on that. So we'll support the vice president, we'll support the president to ensure that the Mombera University is completed and in good time. We also have Mike talked about the Rumpi-Nyika Chitipa Road. We have the Njakwa Limtonia Road, the Rumpi Water Supply Project. I'm also aware of a project that we left, but has not been completed, the Nzuzu University Library. And also, I know we have been talking about this, the Nzuzu Airport. Can you imagine yesterday we struggled to come here. We had to, we had to divert, at times get stuck in the mud. If it was a plane, I'm sure it would have taken us less than 30 minutes to be here. So that is also one of the projects that His Excellency the President would make sure that that's completed. When I'm saying this, I'm not saying it will be done tomorrow, given our challenges, but within a short term, in the short term, we'll make sure that these are concluded. We also have the Chiweta Karonga Road. I'm sure I've seen it. It's in bad shape. It's difficult, and it has to be addressed. It can't be left out. After all, the M1, that's what it facilitates our trade with other countries, the Northern Corridor. Our fuel is coming through this road. Our men and women doing business, they go through that road. It's a very strategic road. We'll make sure that that road is also done in good time. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the success of this budget, the 2026-2027 budget, will depend on your constructive, evidence-based input that is cognizant of prevailing fiscal constraints. I want you, when you come here, to please tell us what you see on the ground, not what we perceive or speculate. It must be a research-based. I think the facts that are there. Because for us who have nothing to hide, there's no reason why you should hide. You need to share you as stakeholders. You have the right to get information from us, and we'll be able to provide that information. We are committed to open dialogue and inclusive national development planning. As I conclude, I still want to repeat what I've said. Professor Thabita Mutharika is back in government. He knows what to do. He has been there. And I'm sure you are also a bear testimony. I've just said that the public debt was 4.1 trillion, but now, within the past 5 years, it moved to 22. Inflation was 8%, now we are at 28%. Exchange rate, when we left, was averaging 750, average. The buying was about, it was 732, 733, and the selling was about 780, averaging 750. Now we are in this situation. So I want to assure you that your government is in good hands. And we'll make sure that in restoring this economy, we move together. We will not leave everybody behind. We need to work together. I would like to sincerely thank you for your continued cooperation. I look forward to your input in this important national exercise. Thank you very much, and have a good day. I want also to indicate that there will be presentations that will be made. I think we have made a presentation. We want to show you what is on the ground. I think from time to time I'll be coming where possible, so that maybe once the technical people have presented where necessary, I will be coming in terms of the policy or what we want to do with regard to those specific issues. Thank you very much.
Another big hand to the Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister has set the pace The Honour Minister has challenged us, his commitment to make sure that the economy works, and he is therefore requesting for our support. He is asking for our constructive and evidence-based inputs. I believe that each one of us might have their own way of doing things, but if we all support the approach that the Minister has suggested, I guess we can get things better faster than if everyone is just doing things on their own. Moving from here, we are going to listen to a number of presentations, and the first presentation is coming from the Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization. Immediately, there will be a presentation from the Reserve Bank of Malawi. Can I ask those who are setting up the presentation so that they do so that we can manage the time? May I request those taking the presentation to make sure that they do it within 10 minutes to give space to discussions towards the end. After this first presentation, we are going to have a presentation from Mzuzu University. And thereafter, we'll get a presentation from Livingstonia Church and the Society. The final presentation will come from Malawi Local Government Association. So in that order, I request you to get prepared so that we can save time for discussions. May I ask the Director of Economic Affairs, Madam Els Salima, to come up front to give us a presentation, and thereafter we'll have a presentation from Reserve Bank. Madam Director.
Ndi mmene zikukhalira kuno ku Mzuzu Hotel, kumene nditu nduna ya zachuma yayankhula kupereka chithunzithunzi cha mmene zinthu zichitikire makamaka mu dongosolo la zachuma limeneli. Koma pakadali pano tifuna tionere kuti kodi kuchokera ku nduna wa zachuma ali ndi presentation yotani.
At hand. So I hope somebody will be doing the slides for me, but the outline of the presentation is as follows. We'll do an introduction. And then we'll go into the GDP trend. So we just want to give you how the economy has been growing from 2015 to 2025, 2026. And then we'll present to you the revenue and expenditure performance, how it's been for the past 10 years, public debt stock for the past 10 years, exports, imports, and the exchange rate, and how the relationship has been, the lending rates versus the deposit rates, government reforms, and then we'll conclude. So in terms of the economic status, when it comes to the GDP growth, we have that graph on the left, whereby the orange line, those are the projections, how as an economy we've wanted to grow, and the blue line is the actual GDP growth from 2015 to 2024. So as you've seen from the graph, growth has been very volatile over the past 10 years and not reaching our expected 7% or 6%. Growth has generally been affected by a number of factors. I'll just point out those years where it was very volatile, that is in 2020 and 2022. The performance was mainly impacted by the COVID-19, climatic shocks and also macroeconomic instability. But what we are saying is that as a country, we have the potential, we have the capacity to reach those targeted levels of 6% or 7%, just as it was noted there in the year 2019 when the economy grew by 5.7%. Moving on to fiscal performance, revenue versus GDP. We also have that graph on your left where we are showing you the trends when it comes to revenue, expenditure, and the deficit. The blue bar, those are the actual revenue collection that we've been collecting over the past 10 years. And the orange bar, that's the expenditure, actual, that we've been collecting for the past 10 years from 2015. And then below there, that gray bar, those gray bars below the line, those are deficits. So that's the difference between the revenue and the expenditure. When you see the blue line, and then you have an extension of the orange line there, that's what you are seeing now below the line. That's the deficit, that's what we've been borrowing as government in order to finance the budget. So you will notice that from 2015 to around 2018 or 2020, it's been hovering around 3%, 4%, 5%. That's negative minus, it's a deficit, revenue minus expenditure. And then it's been increasing over the years slightly, up until now when it's around 10%. So on average, we would say revenues have been growing by around 16% over the past 10 years, and expenditures have been growing by 22%. And the difference, that's what as an economy we've been borrowing. So there on the right, that's where we are now just giving you some of the reasons why the performance of revenue have been as such. So we are saying the inflows have been affected by several factors, including low tax compliance, even though as government we have a lot of demands for public good, but when it comes to tax compliance, it's very low. And the other reason is the limited enforcement of tax policy, reduced economic productivity, the large informal sector. You agree with me that Malawi has a much larger informal sector than the formal one. Limited automation of payment system. You agree with me that as a country we are more of a cash-based economy rather than automation. But if we were to automate our systems, we should be able to collect more than what we are currently collecting. And then lastly, we are saying it's the low disbursement of grants, whereby at the end of the year we notice that what has been disbursed is lower than what was committed. And then lastly, we have the public debt stock. On the left again, you have that graph where we are showing you the total domestic debt. That's the combination of the blue line and the orange line. The blue line, that's the domestic debt, and the orange one, it's the external debt. So you will notice from the graph that from 2015 to around 2021, 2022, it's mainly the external debt that has dominated. We had more of external debt than domestic debt. And thereafter, from 2022, that's when there's been that switch, where domestic debt is now higher than domestic debt is higher than external debt. Currently, we are talking of 65%. So in total, we are saying the total public debt has grown exponentially from 3.64 trillion in 2020 to 22.4 trillion as of September 2025. And the high debt level has exerted huge pressure on the budget because this is what is being filtered through by the deficit that we've been incurring over the years. So this is putting pressure on the budget due to mainly the huge interest payment obligations as it was already indicated that we have a huge statutory obligation. One of it is the interest rate, which is currently standing at 2.27 trillion in the 2025-2026 financial year. This is what I had on the fiscal sector, and then I'll hand over to my colleague from the Reserve Bank to do the monetary sector. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, and all protocols observed. I will carry on from where my friend has stopped by giving you developments in the monetary sector, particularly by looking at the impact of the exchange rate on our exports as well as our imports. And then I'll proceed to talk about the impact of the exchange rate on inflation and public debt, particularly external debt. Then I'll finish with developments in the financial sector by looking at interest rates. So to start with, I have a chart in front of you which is talking about imports, the red line, and then you have exports on the blue line, and the dashed line is showing the evolution in the exchange rate. So I will start with the exchange rate. The exchange rate around 2015 was at 600 kwacha per US dollar. That has moved to where we are now. The exchange rate is now at 1,750 kwacha per 1 US dollar. So, and this has been a result of policy shifts. In 2022, if you remember, we devalued the kwacha by 22%, 25%, and then in 2023, we devalued the kwacha again by 44%. The idea, normally when you look at the exchange rate devaluation, theory tells us that you devalue, you are going to contract imports, and then you're going to boost your exports. That's what theory tells us. So when you look at this graph, you see that imports have actually increased from where we were in 2015 to where we are now. So I think in 2015 we are slightly above 2.5 billion US dollars in terms of value of imports, but now we are above 3.5, close to 4 billion US dollars in terms of imports. On the other hand, our exports have remained flat, around 1 billion US dollars. So what the picture I'm trying to show you here is that, yes, there have been calls to say, adjust the exchange rate with the view to close the gap between imports and exports so that we attain a positive trade balance. But what is happening fast is that the trade balance is actually increasing. So that means that there is something that we need to do more than just looking at adjusting the exchange rate. I think that's the picture I want to highlight here, that yes, we've had calls and we've adjusted the exchange rate, but we're not really achieving what we're supposed to achieve. In the second chart, I want to show you the developments again in the exchange rate inflation, and then I'll also talk about the impact of the exchange rate on public debt. So you will see that the exchange rate there is depicted by the red line, and then inflation is on the blue line, and then the public debt is on the bar chart. I'll start with inflation. So if you look at 2022 and 2023, at that time when we adjusted the exchange rate by 25%, inflation responded immediately. So those who do economics, you will see that the relationship is almost 1-to-1. And then come 2023, we adjusted the exchange rate by 44%. Inflation continued to rise, even sharply. So the impact of the exchange rate is vividly seen there, that the moment you adjust the exchange rate, you're actually increasing the social cost on the population without necessarily achieving what you want to achieve, if you consider the previous graph that I just showed you. Then I also want to go on the impact of the exchange rate on public debt. My colleague talked about the composition of public debt being external as well as domestic. So there are three major factors that I would want to highlight here that contribute to the accumulation of debt. One would be new borrowing, which could be both domestic and external. That could be as a result of government trying to meet some obligations, especially the social obligations. As the minister already highlighted, there are some times when we fall short of the budget, and yet we have to meet some social obligations such as disasters, and then now even we have to import food, build bridges, and the like. The other factor that contributes to our debt build-up is interest payments. When I go to the next slide, you see that interest rates domestically are very high. And government at the moment is paying about 40% of domestic revenue in interest payment. So if you can, you collect revenue and then 40% of it goes towards interest payment, I think that's a big challenge. The other issue that I want to emphasize is that public debt is also affected by developments in the exchange rate. So you will see that, yes, there has been new borrowing, especially on the external sector, but the evolution that you see on public debt from 2021 to 2025, partly that rise in public debt, in external debt, is a result of the exchange rate movements, as I've talked about. We adjusted the exchange rate in 2022. We had, again, to revalue our external debt in kwacha terms. So you see that has impact on our external debt. So when those calls to say adjust the exchange rate so that you boost exports, these things also have an impact on what we have already contracted in terms of debt. So every time we borrow externally, let's always remember that we carry with us an exchange rate risk, because at the time the exchange rate moves, debt will go up even when we haven't contracted new debt, but it will go up because of the external rate risk. The last chart that I want to present to you is the developments in the financial sector. On this one, I want to emphasize the fact on the interest rate spread. So you will see that our lending rates are around 37%, and our deposit rates are around 4%. That is giving us a spread of around 33%. So I think the minister talked to this before, to say that if you want to grow our economy, we want SMEs to participate in economic development. How do they with such a spread? You look around, you find that our neighbors, yes, maybe we have issues in Zambia as well as Mozambique, but countries like Botswana are around 4%. South Africa is also around there. But the interest environment in our country is quite challenging. I think, Honorable Minister, this is what I wanted to present. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. They have given us a picture of the economy, and with that picture now, we are going to make contributions towards the budget, looking at the picture that we have been given. We are now going to get into presentations. All right, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister would like to make some comments on the presentations so that maybe some other areas are more clear to us.
Thank you very much. I thought I should add some of the issues just to complement what my colleagues from the Ministry of Finance and also what has been said by the Reserve Bank of Malawi. Let me start by, I think, if you can go back to the presentation from the Minister. If you check there, as the Director of Economic Affairs said, at the only year where we had slightly lower expenditure, and this is between 2019, 2020, and 2021. Thereafter, expenditure has been growing faster at an exponential rate. You can actually see from 2021 to 2025. September. That's why you see those lines, or what we call these bars below, there's a huge gap that is there in the 2024-2025. What does this mean? It means revenues are slowing down. We are collecting less, but at the same time, we are increasing expenditure. Expenditure is growing exponentially, and the revenues have remained static. In some cases, it has come down. Implication is when we have that huge deficit. The question is, what is it that we do? This is the question that maybe colleagues in this room, you can also help to answer. What do we do there? As my colleague said, actually most of the debt that we have, I think there was a combination of factors. Of course, as mentioned, the exchange rate. As you are aware that if you have borrowed outside in dollars or pounds, if the exchange rate moves, let's say by 20% or 25% as it happened in 2023 and 2020, and then 25, your foreign debt increases by the same amount. So that has been the case. Why I'm asking this question, what is it that we do? That's where we need as a ministry your support. To close that gap between the revenue and deficit, there's a lot that we need to do. There's a lot that we need support from you. Because this is happening against a background where, I'm sure you are aware what has happened to the US government. They have pulled out their grants. And the US is one of our major partners. But I'm sure you are aware what has happened since last year. They have pulled out. Most of the funding that was coming to NGOs has vanished. They have taken away. You said we are getting a lot of projects in USAID, they have pulled away. Similarly, I'm sure you have also heard of the UK. Have also said they are going to reduce their budgetary support or grants. So what do we remain with? If grants are coming down and we cannot get budget support, the only choice we have is local. We can no longer continue relying on taxpayers outside Malawi. It has to come from us. That's what I was saying. When I'm making some of the decisions that we are making, is because we want to close that gap. The gap between revenues and public expenditure. You may ask, why has that also increased, even for the local? I think there was a mention that local is 65%. Local is 65%. So we have borrowed 65% locally and the 35% foreign. So if you only have to restructure the debt, only take the foreign, it means you're only looking at only the 35. You are leaving out the 65%. And that will have less impact. So we need to look at the domestic debt. This debt has risen because of a number of reasons. One, the actual borrowing increased, and also some of the cost of some projects were inflated. I have specific ones where we had huge, most of the projects, they start low, then they start increasing because of escalations, interest rates, and all that. You find like a project that we have, the Sanji Malak, a project that started at 48 billion, today it is 140 billion. So it jumped, that simple project moved from that. We have the 6th lane, the cost almost doubled. In addition to that, within the past 5 years, there were a lot of promissory notes that were issued. Promissory note, out-of-court settlements, very huge amounts, where cases that were taken from court, and agree to pay outside the court, but then the amounts that are being mentioned are some of them horrendous. I'll give an example. We have a promissory note of 14 million US dollars. 14 million US dollars. But the rate is commercial. How can you have a foreign, because if it's in dollars, it means it's the same as borrowing outside. You got it? And then when you increase or you even the rate, because normally the foreign debt you normally use, in the past we used to use what you call it, LIBOR, and LIBOR was around maybe 3-4%, or now we go to SOFR. That's what now you are using. But we have a case where a dollar-denominated promissory notes is quite huge in foreign currency, and at the same time, the rate applicable is more than, is equal to the local interest rates, which doesn't happen. So that has created us a problem. We have to address it. But if you leave it as is, as I've said, then we have a problem. We have to address it locally. Let's go to the RBM presentations. I think the relationship between exports, imports, and exchange rate. If you look at that graph, my colleague have already explained, the red, the import, the blue, they are the export. So you can see the gap that exists between the exports and the import. The gap is so huge. So we are, as a Malawi, we are predominantly importing than exporting. And if you look at that dotted line, where there's a kink, I don't know whether I can demonstrate. The one who is looking at this, can you please highlight where we had the exchange rate devaluation? And those that are managing the, please can you quickly show that? I think it was in 2021? 2021, and the other one is 2023. Can you quickly, I don't want to take much of your time. I just wanted to explain that graph. Yeah, there, yeah. If you check, that's where the devaluation, the 25 or 24%, it was there. If you go down, you find out that imports went down. Immediately after the devaluation 2019, exports went down. But imports, if you go up, you find out where there is that line that is showing that. You find that imports increased. Why is it that? It is because we are because we are predominantly importing. It means the cost of importing, because we pay in dollars, when we devalue, it increases the imports, and yet it doesn't increase our exports. I'm aware that you and me, that did economics, what do you call it? 101. We learned that when you devalue your currency, you are promoting exports. And then you're also discouraging, you are discouraging imports. But in our case, it's different. You devalue, the imports goes up. The graph shows. And then imports come down. Against the theory I've just told you. These are the practical issues. I know in the theory, people have been telling you, when you devalue, then there'll be more foreign exchange reserves. It's the opposite. I'm saying knowing very well, and I'm mindful of this, I'm not saying exchange rate is not a solution. It can only be a solution if there are a cup of or a cocktail, a cocktail measures put together. You get it? To deal with it. But if you want to use exchange rate to resolve our issues, then I think we'll have a problem. I've been asking myself a question. We have been devaluing. I remember when I was at Reserve Bank of Malawi. I think those people, you remember that it was 1-to-1. I think the kwacha was 1-to-1 with $1. Then from 1994, I think we started to liberalize. We started with fixing sessions. We are fixing, we're moving, and we had auctions. That failed. Then we started with what we call the managed float. Now managing, like we had a fixed band within which to operate. That also failed. You get it? Then we started floating, just leaving it to move on its own. It was even worse. And then now, we devalue, that's what happens here. So what this graph shows, that if you devalue a currency, it will not necessarily give you what you expect. But we need to work out something. I will tell you what we are so far doing. One, we are not expecting more, as I've said. We have also noted that even though the little exports that we are making, the proceeds are not coming. I think we faced the Commissioner General, we looked at the SCUDA system we are looking at where are our major exports and whether the proceeds are coming or not. We found out that people are just holding their foreign currency outside. So as we speak now, we are making sure that those that have exported, the proceeds have to come. You'll be surprised, I'm sure you are aware, that even on the auction, tobacco auction, most of the buyers, it was in kwacha. Am I right? So where would we get the forex? Where do we get the forex? So we are looking at our exports, and at the same time, we're also looking at how do we slow down on our imports? How do we going to reduce imports? I can assure you, we have some of the products that we are importing that we don't need. I'm sure in Malawi we can produce those goods. I'm looking at, if you check there, imported water, fruits and vegetables. If you go to fruits and vegetables, and a lot. Some of them, of course, is sensitive. I wouldn't want to mention them. Where we are importing a lot. So the issue is how do we slow down and we create what we call import substitution. We should have more production here in Malawi. We need to do more value addition here to ensure that our exports increase. That's what we are doing there. Can we go to the next graph? Exchange rates, inflation, and public debt. There you also see that, I think to just emphasize the point I'm talking about. When you devalue, I think it's the red line, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's the exchange rate, am I right? Yeah. If you check there, let's say from 2022 and 2021, you see that there were devaluations. Immediately you devalue, you find out that inflation goes up. Unfortunately, it's not clear. But that other line is, you see that immediately, I think there must be the other blue line, am I right? Yeah, you will see that your inflation goes up and also the public debt goes up. That's what the implication. That's why today we are talking about our rates being at the average lending rate at 32% or thereabouts. That's why you are seeing the policy rate today at 26%. The question is, what is it that we need to do? You are the experts. We are here to listen from you to make sure that we address that challenge. Again, I'm not trying to say exchange rate is not a solution. It's a solution, and it has to be the solution, but it's not a panacea. It's not the only solution that we need to apply in order to deal with our issues. Last one, I think it's very important as well, I think for you people to know our rates in Malawi compared to the region. These are commercial bank lending rates and deposits. The last one. If you check there, you find that in South Africa, where is South Africa? It was about the RISA. I think it's 10, what is that? 10.25. Am I right? Again, it's 7.6. People in South Africa that when they give their money to the bank as a deposit, they get 7.16. But people borrowing from the banks pay 10.5. Hence, the gap between the two is only 3%. I think the same applies to, I think, Botswana, the first one. You see the rate there, the deposit rate is 2.83 against the lending rate of, is that 7? 7. So people that are borrowing in Botswana, they are borrowing at 7%. But we are borrowing at 32%. Actually, it's 37. If I'm not mistaken, 37. Lending rate is 37. That's average, yeah? That's the average lending. Is at 37.27. But what we get when we deposit the money is 4.27. Hence, we have a gap between the lending and the deposit at 33%. The question is, that's sustainable? Can you borrow at 37% and you think that you'll be able to pay back? You borrow, as I said, first month you will be seen like you want to perform. I will guarantee you, after a few months, you start running away from the bank. And then you see your properties being taken because of that. So the rate is high and the gap is high. What they have done in other countries, I will give an example, like in South Africa, in order to reduce that gap, what you are seeing there, they had what we call the Andipuram rule. Andipuram rule means that, what it meant, when a loan has become non-performing, the difference between the principal and the interest charged should not exceed. Okay, the interest charges should, and the charges and penalties should not exceed the principal. Meaning that, if, let's say you have borrowed 1 million, you have been performing, but then you cannot be able to pay. Once you reach that stage, your interest charges and penalties will not exceed the 1 million. So the banks are limited to what they can charge. But here it's perpetual. And then in Kenya, they have said the lending rate, to them they have fixed the lending rate. They have linked it to a 91 treasury bill. They are saying lending rates should not exceed the rate for the 91 treasury bill. In other countries, also to manage that gap, for them they have just managed now the gap itself. They have managed to say the difference between the lending and the deposit should not exceed this much. I'm not saying we should do that. I'm not posing a question to you. Is that sustainable? When you hear people failing to borrow from the banks, it's not because we are overcrowding. Yes, we are overcrowding because we are borrowing too much. But the other reason is also that the rates themselves are quite high. And also it is impacting on the public debt because we are also the major borrower there. So we are paying on average 37% on the public debt. So what is it that we can do? I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now, we are going to listen from Mzuzu University. I hope it is Professor Singin coming to make a presentation. And we expect you, Professor, to take us through the presentation within 10 minutes.
Honorable Minister, allow me to test the mic first in our Malawian way. Our Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization, Honorable Joseph Manaveka. Allow me also to ride on the protocols already observed. Good morning. Morning nonse. Morning mose. Moseliwa. Achimwiche uli. Mwadogerwa. Honorable Minister, what I've observed that you have preempted my presentation. Because most of what I also thought of sharing, you tackled them nicely in your comments. And I was personally happy to note that the 2026-27 budget is really aligning with our Malawi 2063. Very important, and especially us as academia, we are very much interested with the realization of Malawi 2063, considering that we have a critical role to play around Enabler 5, human capital development. For us to realize this Malawi 2063, we need to have people that have got the appropriate skills, knowledge, the attitudes to deliver. That's the only way we can be able to achieve our Malawi 2063. So it is really pleasing to note that that's the direction of our budget 2026-27. Honorable Minister, the 2063 also is highlighting the need for knowledge-based economy. That's where academia also is handy and playing a critical role in making sure that we are all knowledgeable of what is happening and what ought to do. I've just given an example here of countries like Norway, Sweden. When we look at the economic development of these nations, they were developed based on knowledge economy. Then others were following knowledge economy. Because if it's only when we know how to do something, that's when we can achieve on what we want to do. Then secondly, they moved the next stage now of skills development. And the Honorable Minister, this knowledge economy, as is also highlighted in our Malawi 2063, I also felt that it's now linking very well with the free education policy that has just been introduced. Because if we allow everyone in Malawi to be knowledgeable of what is happening, I'm sure muzaona ndeu za kansala IMP zikuchepa ndani kuti suna ndipase chakudya ine. Suna ndipase chakudya. Because people expect government, expect the councillor, expect the MP to feed them. But if we are all knowledgeable of what we are supposed to do, things will be different. And that's the first aspect of knowledge economy. And that's that shift of the policy. We pray that that policy should really get to a proper implementation so that it achieves what it intends to do. It's going to help quite a lot. And then thereafter, that's when we're going to go now into skills development. I like the priorities, Honorable Minister, that have already been set, because we were also proposing almost similar priorities. Now, around those priorities, let's intensify skills development. And this skills development may be through classroom sessions or on job. I was privileged, Honorable Minister. I visited one of the farms in Italy. One farm owned by an individual. You're talking of 1,000 hectares, and all this is in a greenhouse. And he has a lot of students there working practically in that farm, like attachments. So they will be there for 6 months, they will be there for 1 year. But if we depend on universities to give us the proper skills we need for transformation around those priority areas, that may take us time. Our universities are also challenged in terms of equipment, in terms of the facilities that can adequately or appropriately deliver a kind of candidate or student that priority may need. So this could be another way of fast-tracking our skills development, very important. Honorable Minister, what we also observed that the need for strong public sector performance. Yeah, public sector performance is also very important. Once these people have skills, we need really to enhance how we are going to function. We need to enhance how we are going to function. I also overheard our Minister of Education lamenting that currently teachers are busy with their personal things and not delivering in classes. It's part of public sector performance. Part of public sector performance. They are busy with their personal things. And at the same time, we are not giving the right content to that candidate. It's at all levels, right from primary school up to university. It's at all levels. So we need really strong reforms around these processes and how we are going to impart these skills to various players. Honorable Minister, exactly the areas that you highlighted. We also had similar discussions that as a country we can move and prioritize in our budget around these areas and building more on skills development, as I said. I can assure you, Honorable Minister, we can gain something. Just to add one thing on the 5 priority areas you presented, just to add the last one, energy. Energy is an important sector currently because even with the SAP, Southern Africa power point, that already is giving us an opportunity that through Mozambique interconnection, instead of just importing power, energy, we can also export through the same line. Honorable Minister, Malawi is rated as one of the best in terms of energy, renewable energies, sources. We have good rivers that we can generate more power using HEP. We have got good sunshine. Our average per day sun shower in Malawi, sunshine is almost 8 hours. And that is very good for production of energy using solar. And we talk about wind, talk about the geothermal. We have a number of sites that have been already earmarked for that kind of development. And then biodigesters. Our opportunity is around our neighbors. Zambia is in deep problems with the electricity. Already, we should have been talking about exporting energy to Zambia. And those are some of the areas that your universities have got adequate capacity. Like in Mzuzu University, we are running the whole program in renewable energy. And as I said, Honorable Minister, we are already developing a 20 megawatts project. We just one area that we were waiting for, which I will discuss with ST after this meeting. Then thereafter, we are talking about rolling out our 20 megawatts of energy into the grid. And there is now a new framework which is under development, which allows that from the energy that you produce, 70% you can sell domestically, or 30% you can export. So already we are talking about forex within our SADC community using that opportunity. Honorable Minister, these are some of the areas that we felt are also important as we move forward in this fiscal year. I always say that the public sector investment program under your ministry is another program that is doing quite well in terms of domestic support towards infrastructure development. If you talk about the Mzuni Library, that's PSIP, 100%. And it's massive development. This program, however, we just, we keep on requesting that we need just to improve on the efficiency. Honorable Minister, you have a project which is 2 years, according to technical specifications, 2 years. But you get funding in 5 years to complete that project. That increases the cost of the project. Exactly what you said, Honorable Minister. Exactly what you said. So we're experiencing a lot of claims, demands for idle time, this interest, or that interest. But if these projects, once cleared according to the technical agreements within that period is completed, will do better. And then also, thank you. Honorable Minister, the PPP support, we've engaged a number of private investors. Currently, to be honest with you, Honorable Minister, they are not happy with the BOT arrangement. What they are demanding or requesting now is an arrangement of SPV where you have partnerships, whether it could be eco partnership, depending on how much you put into the partnership. And then, Honorable Minister, supporting independent financing for investments. I think that's exactly what I'm going to talk with the ST around our solar project. It's an independent financing, which we've secured to support us with the production of that power without any government commitment in terms of resources, putting in resources. Yeah. And then support financial bills with impact. I'm also proposing that through your ministry, Honorable Minister, we, as a country, we need just to be supporting bills that will have impact. Some bills, you just hear that there was a foundation here, you can't even see that foundation. But some bills, we're just giving an example here in higher education. These are evident projects that produce tangible results. The SDP was World Bank, HEST was the African Development Bank, SAVE and ACE is a World Bank. We see great impacts in all your universities because of the bills that you pushed. And just also to assure you that universities are also becoming more and more intensive in terms of research, innovation, and technology development to support the realization of our Malawi 2063. All they need support, and there are examples of university now producing spin-offs, and some actually getting into commercialization of the innovations that are coming out. Honorable Minister, that's the power of knowledge economy and skills development. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Another big hand to the professor. We are going to take the second presentation or the third presentation from Livingstonia Church and Society. And may I also request that we deliver the presentation in 10 minutes as the professor has done. Thereafter, may I request the Malawi Local Government Association to get prepared to make a presentation immediately after Livingstonia Church and Society. And the last one will be Nyika Institute. May you proceed, Pastor.
Honorable Minister, Minister of Finance, and all distinguished guests, you have really preempted most of the things. I think this time I should appreciate that the Minister of Finance have done it very deliberately, because most of the things which we wanted to talk here, you have already. But now, Honorable Minister, my question, as you were presenting here and all the dignitaries, I was asking, we've got very beautiful analysis of what is supposed to do. where is the problem in Malawi? Minister of Finance, I mean, you have outlined every gap which we have in Malawi, both when we are at the Reserve Bank to this place, and then I'm saying, where is the problem? And then the answer comes, says, maybe it's political will. Honorable Minister, I want to congratulate you. You have survived the budget the cabinet reshuffle here. But most of the times you are here, Honorable Mwanamveka, in 3 months' time you find that we have changed another minister. And then, I mean, the transition, Dr. Mafuta Mare, thank you that you are still at the Reserve Bank. We thank God that you are still there, and all the personalities which have known in the finance. And then when you just change these personalities, then you disturb the whole system of recovery. Thank you. My 10 minutes will start now. Public debt excess, this has already been fiscal space, we are constrained, development projects postponed, most of these things. But the key message which I had was Malawi needs realism, not wishful budgeting. We have had these things. We had these budgets, being passed. But now we need something else which is sustainable, just as you have explained, but something else which we need to understand that this will take us far. Honorable Minister, on the same slide, I would like also to appeal that when you beautifully put these things that you have just outlined, Malawians will also be looking at the lifestyle audit, which you saw more. Because as Minister of Finance, if you also emerge to be living in an obscene luxury life, then Malawians will not take you seriously. But when you explain it, and then you match your lifestyle, then we know that I think things will be working. From the See, also, don't expect very nice language, Honorable Minister. Next, okay. Positive steps to acknowledge. We commend government, the 100 days, at least, just because I'm not on the queue at the fuel station, we recommend the 100 days that. I think when you were saying that you did not come into government empty-headed, you had planned before. I can see the fruits of that planning. You, of course, during the opposition time, you were saying that we can do this, do that. And now we are saying that, where were these guys? So we have the new landlords now. I think things are improving. Importing maize to avert hunger, beautiful. Banning export raw materials, hey, there. The mining thing, when Kairekera was there, and then all the things were going out and the monies were, that was it. And then we have also people taking what? Samples, going outside, not being taxed, nothing else. Now that the directive is there that we have not to export these raw materials, that is super. Interest to review mining license, yes. Rejecting the CDF, this is very contentious thing, but it borders on disempowering people. Thank you, Professor Sengini, knowledge-based economy. People will always want coffins. My colleague, a registrator, was telling me that, where do you think we're going to get coffins for the people? If you say CDF MPs will not be there. I said, you're not serious. We cannot continue having our economy of coffins in Malawi. But look at what would happen to Mzuzu City alone. 15 billion. If we have three constituencies, that's 5. 15 billion. Mzuzu City alone. I can imagine even the Chivavi and everything here, the structures will be held. Because decisions will be made by the people who have been empowered. Not decisions made by one person, no. We want to thank you that His Excellency could even withhold consent to this law. Introducing free secondary school education, that's good. Moratorium promotion of new vehicles, that's okay. My 10 minutes coming up. My current economic, going back. There's no button here, say. there's no button here which downloads. I keep on going down. Okay. In 2026-27, the mistake there, the budget that is anchored in hard fiscal realities, people-centered, not tax-driven, backed by discipline, transparency, and accountability. Most of these things you have touched, Minister, or not. So our submission from the faith-based organization, we say agriculture and food security, support current local fertilizer manufacturing companies, those who have endeavored to say we want to manufacture fertilizer, government should support those companies so that we kickstart and having our own fertilizer here in Malawi. FISIP, I've heard you, Minister, talking about FISIP. We cannot continue with this thing, FISIP. When we were asking the previous years, why are you maintaining this FISIP thing? So we are told that it is a way of controlling people, or of maintaining our political campaign, this and that. But FISIP has proved that even if you can give these people, they can even remove you from government. So this thing cannot hold. This cannot hold. But I tell you, it's burdening us. It is so corrupt activities. People are benefiting a lot from this FISIP thing. Fund of Minister of Culture and Trade to collaborate with the value chains. Yes, they should prioritize farmers, grow high value crops with ready markets for exports. Support ADMAC into value addition and export. Invest irrigation infrastructure to reduce dependence on rainfall. We need food sovereignty, where production, processing, storage, and distribution systems are predominantly owned by Black indigenous people. Mining, Malawi has the largest rutile reserves in the world of far. Cassia is currently to be the world's largest. I'm looking forward to how we're going to tap this so that we can even turn Malawi into from the agriculture dominant economy to something else which we can have. People are fighting in DRC Congo because of these same mines. But we are so peaceful here. If we can utilize this Cassia thing, we can also develop a very good economy. Fund slum upgrades in cities, Zuzu, Lilongwe, Biti. We have seen roads have been improved in Blantyre, in Lilongwe, piecemeals in Mzuzu. But with your coming and your explanation, Honorable Minister, we hope we are going to have something else. Railway line from Salima to Tanzania. That would be great. If we could have a railway from Salima to Tanzania, most of even the fuel could go through that. Mzuzu City is the only city with beautiful roads. Nothing has been done. So we hope that you do something else. You have been here, Honorable Minister. Your government has been here once. And we are taking you very seriously this time, especially with these 100 days. But now, when we know you as DPP, we don't know you as DPP of the 2015 Chakuchakuti I, we know that DPP this time is serious. We'll be looking at you and we'll be evaluating and we'll be reminding you what the manifesto is saying about the North and about the whole country. Reform and stop funding foreign medical referrals for government officials. Thank you. Another 3 minutes, man. Endoscopy equipment, additional theater. Okay. Education. If all senior government servants' children attend public schools, quality would improve. I hope we can enforce a policy that no child will be going outside but will have to reign here in Malawi. Recruit qualified teachers, both primary and secondary, initiate programs and upgrade those qualified and unqualified teachers, funds laboratory construction or secondary schools, fund girls hostel, improve university student welfare, complete Mzuzu University. Thank you. I'm equally concerned, Professor Singini. It will change Mzuzu. It will lift Mzuzu. So if funding is being delayed, I can imagine the toil, the interest you are paying for the contractors to complete. Taxes. Malawi we already submitted to Council Tamburas. Thank you. And congratulations, by the way. You are coming from us and you are there, we know. But what we are proposing that we need a tax education. A tax education. When you go to some of the agents' agents' stores,
They will never mind if you don't get a receipt. So you need a receipt. But most people will just say, they will give you the commodity you have purchased, and if you don't claim for a receipt, then you just go. People should know that when they purchase something else, especially in most Asian stores, they need to get a receipt. Because if you don't get it, then you know that money is not going to MRIA. But secondly, this idea of can you lower down the price? So the Asian will say that I can lower down the price if you agree that I don't give you an electronic receipt. Then you are happy because you get that at a cheaper price, but money has not gone to where it is required. Taonga Chomene, thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend Mulaga. At this point in time, let me invite the Executive Director for Malawi Local Government Association, Council Hadrod Mkandawire, to present on behalf of the Local Government Association. A special announcement is that we have refreshments at the back, but we are not going to break as having a break in its entirety. So I would request one by one, maybe we can just be grabbing a cup and we come and sit. We continue listening up until we conclude these discussions. So at this point in time, let me hand over to Council Hadroit Mkandawire to give us a presentation for Malawi Local Government Association. May you proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. Honorable Joseph Manavika MP, Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization, and MP. Honorable Minister, let me stand on the protocols already established. Honorable Minister, first of all, we would like to convey our sincere gratitude to you, sir, and your technical team, led by the Secretary to the Treasury, for according us an opportunity to make our submission to these important pre-budget consultations. In addition, we would like to thank the government for considering some of the submissions that we made during the 2025-2026 pre-budget consultations. Further, we would like to commend you, sir, and the government for maintaining the budget allocation of the local government authorities during the mid-year budget review. Of course, there was also noted some slight increase in some areas, particularly education. We're thankful for that. I wanted to give a background of my local government association, that this is an umbrella body, because this has been a question that even came out in Parliament to say, where are you getting your mandate? So just to give a brief background, Honorable Minister, is that this is an association established by the government with a specific mandate to help the government of Malawi realize and sustain the decentralization agenda by informing and guiding national policy issues related to decentralization and local development in Malawi. Now, going to the submission. Honorable Minister, it should be appreciated and recognized that local government authorities are mandated to make local decisions on the government's behalf. The only way local government authorities can meaningfully act and take action is when they are adequately empowered with materials, both financially as well as otherwise. As local authorities, we are therefore excited with the proposed prospects of a meaningful fiscal devolution espoused in the DP manifesto and recently translated into policy decision to introduce the 5 billion Constituency Development Fund, the contentious one. However, let me give a brief status of the fiscal devolution. First of all, we acknowledge that there has been progress in the assignment of expenditure responsibilities to the local authorities, including government allocating each council a vote in the national budget. However, we observe that there are still some gaps that need to be addressed if you are to meaningfully realize decentralization in Malawi and reposition the local government authorities as key actors in economic recovery agenda and the attainment of Malawi 2063, on which this forthcoming budget is premised as presented by you earlier on. Honorable Minister, you may wish to know that much as the government has made tremendous progress in devolving functions to the local government authorities, the functions being assigned to the local authorities do not match with the resources transferred to carry out those functions. So let me just highlight key challenges. Number one is cash flow. Much as we understand that approved budget estimates cannot be funded 100%, but the cash flow to the local authorities, particularly the development budget, has been undermining the budget credibility and budget execution. Just to give you a perspective, as of today, with 2 months to go before we wind up this financial year, the local authorities have received only 25% of the budget that they're supposed to get under the health rehabilitation funds. And the city councils and the urban councils have received only 15% of the budget they're supposed to receive for city roads. And then the cash flow challenge has not spared other development windows, such as Infrastructure Development Fund, which caters for urban councils, and the District Development Fund as well. Now, Honorable Minister, the excitement and expectations out there of CDF is overwhelming. So if this cash flow trend will continue or will not be addressed going forward, we will end up differentializing the huge expectations of the people. Because if we're looking at 15% disbursement, 25% disbursement, it basically means from the 5 billion, we are looking at 750 million disbursed out of the 5 billion. And that obviously will go to differentialize the expectations of the people out there. Then we have got delayed funding. Delayed disbursement of funding, both for development and ORT for local authorities, continue to be a major concern. For instance, as of today, all local authorities are yet to receive funding for the month of December 2025. Inadequate general resource funding for local government authorities, that is the council headquarters, where the DC and this team are. So the GRF is unconditional grant or unrestricted funding that caters for critical areas such as council meetings, council benefits, chiefs administration, public events, including installation and elevation of chiefs, and hosting of presidential and ministerial functions. So the council will use this money for those functions. Unfortunately, you find out that this money is very inadequate to the extent that when it comes, it only caters for paying the council monthly fuel allocation. So what happens is, if there's a presidential function or a ministerial function, the council will borrow from projects. So the 5 billion CDF should not make us lose sight of the importance of ORT and GRF funding, which is critical for an effective local authorities. Otherwise, you end up, the councils will be borrowing from 5 billion if they're not getting inadequate GRF. Because they cannot tell a minister to say, don't come here and install a chief because we don't have land out of a GRF. It can't happen. So they don't have no option but to borrow from the development funds. Now, considering the small source national envelope, as you earlier only highlighted, the operationalizing of the sharing of seeded revenue with the local authorities would be very handy to supplement the central government transfers toward the general source fund. Like seriously, 2 minutes. Oosh. All right, so another area that I'd like to highlight is devolution of payroll management and the recruitment process. So when the councils want to recruit, there's no specific funding available for that. The funds are still maintained at the center. Then also have inadequate sector funds. Other issues I think I'll submit to my senior colleague in the profession, Council Dumblas, issues to do with taxation. But just also to highlight, before I go to the key recommendations that we have, the dire financial situation of small urban councils, Tajina Ruchenza, Mangochi Municipal, Kasungu, and now Kalonga Town. These councils are in a very dire financial situation because they are expected to raise about 80% of their own source revenue. Unfortunately, the resource base is small. So they're in a very dire financial situation and they need to be capitalized. And yes, of course, I'm not a politician and I've got no intentions of being one so. But I know that DBP is good at capitalizing the councils. You're looking at, Mzuzu Civic Building, Mbera, Tiolo. If not same size, but something of that sort to capitalize these small urban councils would be a thing to do. Because, it does not occur well to see a mayor of a municipal council lighting a bazaar, going for official duties. 2 days ago, I was in Kalonga and I found that the council chair for the town is on a bicycle taxi going to the office. And that does not only embarrass the council, but also embarrasses the country. Missed opportunities on the low-hanging fruits. So the Local Government Act, as well as the decentralization policy, provides that the local authorities shall get city revenue that will be shared with the central government. So city revenue, as we are aware, Honorable Minister, includes toll fees, vehicle registration fees, fuel levy, gambling fees, and industrial registration fees. However, this money has never been shared to the councils. So if we are to operationalize this, it is a burden on the central government with the central transfers, particularly for own GLIF and ORT. Now, recommendations. We recommend that the Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization should take lead in ensuring that the guidelines are in place on sharing of city revenue between the center and local authorities. That the central government should devote funds for payroll management and recruitment process. That CDF guidelines should emphasize that allocation for infrastructure projects should fairly benefit all sectors, including the agriculture, disaster management, tourism, and local economic development. That the guidelines should provide room for local authorities to hire consulting engineers, since it is a requirement by the law to have consulting engineers. That there should be an allocation for the CDF specifically to address capacity, governance, accountability, and institutional challenges at the local level. That the center has to provide feasible and attainable guidelines, guidance on the budget law of the local authorities, Ministry of Local Government, OPC, and welfare of chiefs, including the cost of installation of chiefs. That the government should seriously consider increasing the monthly honorarium for ward councillors, which has been stagnant for over 4 years, despite a number of devaluations in between. This country had 150,000, and you are giving people to provide oversight of billions of kwacha. They only get 150,000 kwacha. So that's a serious issue that has to be considered, Honorable Minister. That the government should seriously consider the request to waive duty on one vehicle, once every 5 years for councillors to ease mobility challenges. That the government should come up with a once-off special package for the 3 municipal councils and the new Kalonga Town Council to capitalize them and strategically position these to effectively deliver the services. The package should be a restricted one with a focus on interventions to enhance their own source revenue and supporting initiatives such as QVR and other fixed assets to uplift the face and the status of these councils to the level of urban councils. Urban councils do a negative. This is really urban council, not only on paper. That the district commissioners and chief executive officers be entitled to official vehicles with a buyout scheme after a certain period, as is the case with other controlling officers in the public service. These guys will be managing billions. They have to have an incentive to motivate them. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for attention. I thank you.
Zikomo kwambiri, Councillor Hardroyd Mkandawire. At this point in time, allow me to invite Nyika Institute through Mr. Moses Mkandawire to give us a last presentation. And after this presentation, we are going into plenary discussion, whereby not necessarily discussion, but opening up to the floor so that those that did not have a presentation to make a presentation up front here, they can make their submissions or they can make their comments or requests or submission into the budget. So let us get prepared that after this presentation, we are going to open up for the floor to make their budget contribution. Thank you, Mr. Mkandawire. You can proceed.
Mr. Minister, two things for me is that when you're speaking last, sometimes it becomes a challenge that most of the things that you'd wanted to deliver have already been highlighted, and it would be boring that you'll be repeating the same stuff. So forgive us for that. Secondly, Mr. Minister, and all relevant authorities from the various institutions that have been mentioned, I want to recognize and appreciate your presence. The third issue for me Mr. Minister, is that looking at the presentation that has come through from your ministry, but also from the Reserve Bank, then automatically I'm saying, yay, if it was me, I wouldn't have accepted to be the minister of this ministry. It's not easy. And Abwana PS, Dr. Shunda, is also not easy for you. So I think what we need to do as a nation is to pray for the two of you, mostly, and all the individuals that are working with you. Why am I saying this? Why I'm saying this is that all of us Malawians are expecting a lot from the government. And you are representing the leadership of the country to deliver on those expectations. But unfortunately, as you are saying, or as you did say in your introductory remarks or welcome remarks, you said that 90% of the revenue that comes out from Malawians, either in form of taxes or non-taxable whatsoever, 90% of that goes to statutory payment of statutory obligations. 90%. And what is remaining is only 10%. So with 10%, why are we here? And why should we really bombard your office with a number of expectations, the proposals that we're putting through based on 10%? It's not easy. And that's why I'm saying, let's continue praying for you. It's not easy at all. And that's why my title of presentation, I was saying, in all what has been provided, the outlook that has been given at global level or at national level, where are we? And what should we do? How do we address these challenges that we have? Can we move forward in addressing these issues collectively as a team? It remains a challenge, but however, let's see what happens. Please, yeah, so firstly, that one I want to dwell much on it, reason being that it has already been presented. So thanks a lot for that. It only gives us the global framework. But the question maybe that we may ask is that as we project the 2026, 2027, in terms of the targets that we're going to put in place, what is the global framework or outlook, as it were, given the geopolitics that is out there, but also given, issues to do with the policy uncertainties around the globe, because we are not operating in a vacuum. We're operating with the institutions globally, that we trade with, and we're going to see that later in our presentation. We proceed. That also gives us an outlook on the nation in terms of the economic framework that has been highlighted by the ministry as well as the Reserve Bank. Thanks a lot for that presentation. So we proceed on that one. I don't have to. Similarly, this is presented in a different form that tells us the state of our crisis or the crisis that we're involved in, be it the economic growth that has been highlighted, be it the balance of payment, be it the physical deficits that we've already talked about, and so on and so forth. It only summarizes those kind of challenges. So we proceed. And in addition to that, it also highlights key issues, like buttressing some of the issues that we have gone through as a nation, that have also already been highlighted by the presenters that came before me. So I don't also want to dwell much on that. We proceed. Yes, all that kind of stuff. We also proceed. Honestly, we don't have to spend much more time on it. But I think the critical issue, as we reflect on the economic outlook of our nation, is to do with the implications, the impact on the people. I think it's extremely important to realize that the debt crisis, the growth crisis, the balance of payment, and many other crises that have been highlighted, they have had an impact on the livelihood of the people in view of the food security situation, in view of the poverty from a broader perspective, and so on and so forth. And what we have seen so far, based on a number of organizations and individuals that have observed throughout the country, is that we see an increment in terms of the child marriages. Because of the poverty situation, many people have been forced into marrying, particularly those that have not yet reached 18th birthday. We've seen violence, particularly in the urban areas, even in rural areas, because people would want to survive. So we can see the correlation between some of the actions that we have been involved in as a nation, but with regard to the overall security and livelihood of the people. So we proceed again. We proceed on that one. Yeah, this is just a general, information that we used last time, but I think it remains relevant. It has already been highlighted with the current figures, and we don't have to spend much more time. But the critical issue is when it comes to the revenue, much more payment is given to statutory obligations, salaries, wages, and so on and so forth. And that is negatively impacting on us, and that has already been highlighted. So we proceed again. I think that too, with the current figures, it has been highlighted in terms of the taxes and the revenues that have been collected vis-a-vis the expenditures that are there. So we proceed. And this one, in terms of the debt growth, thanks a lot for the data that was presented earlier on. But as the minister pointed out, the current figure of 21 or 22 trillion, given what we had in 2019 and the years before, but also realizing that in 2006, when we had the debt cancellation, and I'm happy the governor is here, in 2006, in 2006, we were in France. He wasn't part of the government delegation, and some of us were the part of the civil society, but we could see the importance of working together, civil society and government, in terms of the debt cancellation. So we don't forget that kind of an approach. We proceed. This only tells us, is the data that is already with the Ministry of Finance. It only tells us in terms of the deficits with regard to the exports and the imports that we have between and amongst countries that we are trading with. Look at the case of Zambia, look at the case of Mozambique and South Africa, amongst other countries. We proceed again. So in terms of the key submissions, what are we proposing amidst the challenges that have been highlighted? Some of them have already been raised, but there's no harm in repeating one or two. One, it's important to ensure the physical discipline, because that has been one of the critical challenges. Number two, we appreciate, Minister, that in your mid-year budget review, you raised the VAT, value-added tax, from 16.5 to 17.5, and we had given an example of some few countries that are implementing that, Uganda and Morocco, if not mistaken. But we are saying all along, for the past 3-4 years, we've been advocating for the reduction of the VAT. Given, the poverty that we've talked about and lack of the businesses, that are taking place in our country, and we are saying much as government wants money, but by increasing VAT may not necessarily address the critical challenge. Why don't we then reduce that amount of, that percentage, maybe to 14 or 15%? And there are countries also that are implementing that. Zambia, I think Zimbabwe, if not mistaken, and a few other countries. I think let's also look at the turnover of the people that will be paying VAT other than increasing the VAT. Because much as we may want as much money, but you might discover that we might be stifling, especially those that are involved in some kind of business. And in the long run, government may not be correcting as they should have been, correcting. So we are proposing that if you can reconsider that one, and if there was some research really to be carried out, other than to say Uganda is implementing, Morocco is implementing, therefore we increase that. We are pleading with you, Honorable Minister, on that one. Spending, as we have highlighted, I think is extremely important. We need to, yes, you need to ensure that one. And we proceed. The price control, I think some of those things you have already highlighted them. Yes. So these are some of the strategies that we're trying to put in place to ensure that the government collects as much money as possible. We're concerned that state and state institutions are not giving your treasury the amount of money that is required to, sometimes because of poor performance. But I think we're proposing that the chief executive of these statutory corporations, I think, employ people that will add value and give them the contracts. If they don't perform, then there's no harm in taking them out, because we would want government to be generating money, and we don't want these statutory corporations really to be parasite of the government. I think that's critical. We proceed again. The other things I may not. Yeah, the other issue that I might highlight, really, Honorable Minister, is the private partnership that Professor Singini talked about is critical, and want to encourage your government to do that. We've just heard about the Mberwa University in terms of working with the other partners like insurance companies, banks. I think that's the model that we need to, given the fact that these institutions have got a lot of money, pensions money, but it has been lying idle, and they are not helping. They have not been helping in terms of the growth and development of our country. The other issue is the infrastructure development. Thanks a lot that we've talked about the Chitipa Road, which is a thorn for us. But what we wanted was really in urban centers like Mzuzu. It's a big challenge. We know there are challenges with the budget, but consider giving at least a 2-lane, kind of a road from Lusangazi to Dunduzu, because if you're in the morning, Minister, you always come late to work. So if you can consider that as part of your priority project, I think that would be extremely important. In addition to that, previously with the late Gudo Gondwe, we said government may not find the money at once and do all the road network in urban centers. But if you would be doing maybe 5 kilometers, every year, you might discover after 5 years, then things will change. And we started. If you see some roads in Mzuzu here and a few other places, it was based on that model, and it also came from this budget consultation. So if you can build on that, Minister, I think that will help us quite a lot, that all urban areas, allocate a little something. It might be 5, it might be 3, it might be 10 kilometers per year. After 5 years, you will see the impact of that. So we proceed. Yes. The other issue, much as my time is gone, is how do we reduce the budget, is it the public debt, and so on and so forth. No, what do you call it, the trade imbalance. We are proposing some of those areas, Mr. Minister. One of the things we've discovered is that our embassies, I don't know what added value, particularly when it comes to trade attaches, because there's a lot that we can market outside.
Mr. Mkandawire.
Just a minute. Yeah, there's a lot that we can do, but if we can change and reform and restructure our embassies, I think that can help us a lot. In addition to that, the negotiators, this country, I think we really don't have professional negotiators. I've seen that in other countries, colleagues normally share. You need to have professional negotiators. We fail in this kind of an area. Finally, for me, as I conclude, given that I don't have much time, is that we are proposing an alternative way of financing the economy so that we reduce on the inflation. One of the proposals is that why don't we look at the CBA, the currency board arrangement system. That's another model that we can inject some money into our economy. It might be $3 billion US dollars, depending on negotiations that can be there. Of course, we know we're going to lose some of our rights, but I think it will be extremely important because instantly and swiftly, by the way, we can reduce those kind of inflation, and the foreign currency will later be available. I think this is very, very fundamental, Mr. Minister. Certain things, I think you're going to read them because of the time constraint. But otherwise, let me appreciate and thank you so much. And as we continue praying for you, it's not easy to be in this ministry. Thank you.
At this point in time, allow me now to invite the Honourable Minister to take us through the questions that he would want us to support him with in terms of responding to, say, how do we do this? How do we fix this? Can I ask the one managing the presentation to take us to the last slide of the presentation, which was done by the Minister of Finance and the Reserve Bank?
what have we listened? I'm sure we all listened. So the question ourselves, have we answered the question, what other avenues government can explore? And then, what should the country do to generate more foreign exchange, to improve foreign exchange revenues and balance of payments? Balance of payments is the difference between imports and exports. What do we do? We still need your responses. But this is not the end of submission. Please give us the answers. After this, I think we're so open for further input from you. It will be helpful so that we should look at how do we generate foreign exchange given our situation. And also how can the country improve on productive capacity to increase exports and reduce imports? And lastly, what should we do to reduce interest spread in order to encourage savings and allow financial intermediation and for the resources to go to productive sectors? There's also a question that has not been put here, but I want to push this question to Prof. from the university. What we have noted is that all the private universities, they are doing extremely well. They are performing. They have money. Some of them are investing in banks. But our public investors are not. Actually, despite the royalty they receive, the money they get, despite the infrastructure that we give to them, most of our universities are heavily indebted. Heavily indebted. They're even failing to pay pensions when lecturers retire. So the question I want to ask, why is it that the private sector, I'm looking at the JMI, I'm looking at the Catholic University, they are able to live on their own. And it's actually only one university, public university, that is slightly better, it's must. Actually they have a surplus. They have an endowment fund. But our universities are struggling. What is it that we can do? I want to also ask I want to ask a question. You have students that are coming from the private secondary schools, going to the university, where their parents, their relatives are paying, like I think this Karibu Academy, this academy, people are paying 7 million also per term, not per year. These people, you have people that are going to Maranatha, you have people that are going to university, in secondary schools, paying a lot of money. The same student who's coming from this university, when he comes to the University of Malawi, 350,000 per annum. The question is, do we really have to subsidize those people? If they can afford to pay the private schools, and I'm sure most of us that are here, I'm sure you have our kids in private schools, where we are paying a lot of money. But when they go to university, they are poor. We have to subsidize. And actually, ironically, the same people also, they also benefit from this higher education loan. I want to ask Professor Singin, is that sustainable? There was a proposal and schools of thought, these are not mine, to avoid being misunderstood. They are saying, is it not possible that these students that are coming from private schools and they can afford to pay the school fees, if they go to university, they should pay like anybody else at a commercial rate because they are affording there. I'm talking about those that are well to do, coming from families that can afford. And then possibly only identify those that cannot afford and put it and give them a subsidy. Isolate only those that can. But now what is happening is we are subsidizing both the well-to-do and those that cannot afford. Is there a possibility of isolating that? That's what I want to ask from you. Because if we do that, because even the scholarships to those that cannot afford, they should also be on commercial, meaning that as a university, your charges at commercial. I'm not saying the poor should suffer. And I'm not saying we should not pay for those that cannot afford. I don't want to be misunderstood here. But why should we subsidize those can be? Something has to happen. Most of us, we are on Mazin. Now this is health. We are on Mazin. When we go to Zuzu Hospital, we get free service. And I'm sure most of us that are here, you can afford. After all, you are covered by Mazin. And some of us, when we are sick, you can even go to South Africa. But when you go to public hospital, we compete with the poor people in the village. I was looking at, I will give an example when I went to Queen Elizabeth. On the list of people that are on, that require, let's say, what do you call this, dialysis machine? Those that have to go through, maybe check up on cancer, for example. Most of it, they are well to do. They can afford to go Maiwatu. They can go to Seventh-day Adventist. And yet, I'm saying, they can cover that. They can also fly. Is there anything that we can do to isolate? When you go to hospital, they should know that this one was in Mazin. This one is working here, because I'm sure the people like at Reserve Bank, they have resume it. MRI, they have their own Mazin. Is there a possibility we separate? Otherwise, our hospitals are going to collapse if we maintain this. And also to give a picture, that actually almost more than 50% of our budget, they're all subsidies. There are subsidies in education, there are subsidies in health, subsidies in local government, subsidies everywhere. Subsidies including our universities. Is that sustainable? So I'm asking those questions. I'm sure we'll be engaging you further what needs to be done. We have already engaged the Minister of Health. We have already engaged the Minister of Education. I'm sure universities can do better. Actually, most of universities, they benefit from this is what we call the research. I went to one of the Brussels, one of the universities. They have companies actually. They're running companies as we have started on this solar. But most of the universities, the board, when they meet, how much do we get from government? I'm glad you have mentioned about having maybe innovative way of getting, yeah. So those are the questions that I had. But also just to quickly also acknowledge some of the issues that have been raised here. You mentioned about knowledge economy. I want to agree with that. Because the more the people are enlightened, the more they're educated, like we are doing with free education, things change. Even the mindset changes. In addition to that, there's also a study that has shown that if a family is comprised of members that are educated, the number of children reduce. When the family, the father, the mother, when they are educated, they know they can plan how many children they should have. But I'm sure you and me, we are coming from, some of us were born 9, 10. So I agree with you, knowledge is very important. Secondly, there's the issue about mindset. We had a consultant who had come to the Ministry of Finance. We went, I think after the work, he wanted to go for lunch and do some shopping. He found out that at lunch hour, all the shops were closed. Then he thought maybe I should shop in the evening. When he goes there at 5 o'clock, the shops were also closed. So he was asking, when do you do the shopping? You get it? So my shops open when in the office, and when you're going home, they are closed. I thought there must be a change in mindset. You go to China, you go to other countries, you shop 24 hours. You shop 24 hours, and we think the country will grow, we think it will be more productive, when most of the time we are sitting idle. Actually, I see in Malawi, where we are happy to have holidays. I remember when we were approaching the Christmas, people were asking, when are we starting? You get it? When should we start the holiday? I thought the issue of mindset, and that's what I would want to raise. We need to change our mindset. You have talked about the issue of corruption and lifestyle, and totally agree with you. That needs to be done. And maybe coming back to even the issue of EFDs. Normally, we don't ask ourselves, what is it that we need to do to help our country? We only think of what can government do for me, which is a challenge. These EFDs, we have them in shops. Most of us, when we go to buy cement to the shops there, they will be offered to say, do you want a receipt or I will reduce? Most of us will accept. At the same time, we expect us to cover what we are asking for. Is it possible? It's not possible. So mindset. So it's only, not only political will, but also changing our mindset to address these particular challenges. I go to MAGA, the 5 billion. I just want to share to you the thinking of the president. He wants to move the money from Capitol Hill to the village for it to develop. Can you imagine the total? Because we have 228 constituencies. If each one gets 5 billion, how much can it change there? So what the president wants is, that money should be properly accounted for. There must be transparency so that people know. Actually, it should start from the village. People should identify the project that they think they want, not to be determined from Capitol Hill, not from the council. The people themselves have to determine which projects they have. They need to know how much has been spent on that particular project. So actually, His Excellency was asking me after the discussion, the fight we are making. People were saying, what are you fighting for? I don't think, where we sit, it doesn't matter whether it's a council or not. What the president, he wants to develop this economy, make sure that it's the people in the village should see the difference. And ironically, this money, I know people are doubting, where do we going to get this money, the 5 billion? We have gone to a donor. And I don't want to mention the donor. The donor agrees with the president, transparency. But if you don't do that, if it will show that this money will not be used properly, he is going to withdraw that money. So I want to ask MAGA and fellow MPs, as you are fighting, the money is not yours. As you are fighting, that money is not yours. If you don't want to show that you will use that money productively, if you don't show that you will be accountable, that money will go. So you will have nothing to fight for. I don't know whether I'm coming clear. What we want is transparency. Whether it's a councillor, whether it is an MP, of course we'll be coming up, we'll be consulting further on the matter because we have been given the mandate as Minister of Finance together with Minister of Justice. But I want you to have this in mind. This 5 billion, as the President has said, is not for eating. It's not a Christmas. It's for it to go to the people and develop the economy. I thought I should mention this. Otherwise, you'll be fighting. Later on, we'll not have the money, and we'll be laughing ourselves. Why did we fight in the first place? Because the money is gone. I think we mentioned about, from the local government, I think there were issues that you raised about maybe a councillor, the chief executive also, it has to be seen that he's the chief executive. Am I right? A nice car, nice office. That's what I was hearing here, am I right? Yeah, I went to Thailand. Those that are going to go to Thailand and Malaysia, actually, most of the people, including ministers, actually, it's inconvenience to use a vehicle because too many vehicles there. People use not a motor. Actually, there are these bicycles. What got this? Yeah, not even those. That's what they use. But because here, you have to show you are a minister. Am I right? Yeah, and you have to show that indeed people should feel that when there's a minister, the type of car, whatever you do. I think we need to think about it. You have talked about the 150,000 allowance to councillors. I think what we have done is we have said those will be paying at the council. But I can assure you most of our councils are not productive. I've been there as an MP. In fact, I'm still there as an MP. We don't discuss what is that we can do to raise money. There's a lot of money that we can raise through PPP arrangement. We can also, we have a lot of that we collect from licenses. I think licenses, business licenses, mtu wasigawa kupeleka license. Washop wama grocery kupeleka license. You get it? You can raise that money and be able to. So what we are saying is the 150,000, it is at your disposal. You can increase it, you can reduce it. But it depends where you get the money. I don't know whether I'm answering the question. I'm not answering the question. So what we are saying, let's find a proper way of fundraising. When you go to, I want to honorable the warships that we have here. You go to South Africa, some of those buildings that you see, they belong to the city councils. And they are making money. Not only by getting money, but they are using together with the private sector. They build, operate, and transfer. I can guarantee you, from what I've said here, if you want to depend on money, the money is not available. As much as I would want. Actually, as I've said, after all, I'm also part of the council myself. But when sitting here, I'm saying, what is that we can do together? I'm not saying the allowance should not go down. It should not go up. It should go up. But we need to find an innovative way together to ensure that you are productive and make sure that you... Okay? Lastly, it is on NGOs. I'm glad you appreciate our challenges and actually you're praying for us. By the way, when I was appointed, most of my colleagues were controlling me, not to, because they knew what I'm inheriting. But I'm ready to take their challenge, because if I don't do it, who else will do it? We need to do it. Somebody has to take the challenge, but it's not easy. Hence my request, because you know most of the money by donors are going to NGOs. Most of the money. Now they are leaving government, the money is going to NGOs. There was a bill in Parliament where we were asking for transparency, production of accounts for NGOs. They were refusing. You get it? But at the same time, they are asking us to be transparent. What is it that we can do as NGOs? Together, we need to work together. And that's what I would want to say at this point. Sorry for dominating the discussion, but I thought these questions have to be answered. I'm only posing question. I haven't answered your question whether to increase. I'm only saying, what can we do to ensure that the councils are doing very well, the councils are well paid, but without necessarily depending on government. Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister, thank you very much for preparing the foundation for the members here to make their contributions, so that as they contribute, they should consider responding to those questions. At this point, it's my humble duty to invite the Secretary to Treasury, Dr. Cliff Chiunda, to take us through the plenary discussions, whereby we are going to make our critical analysis and contributions towards the budget in line with the questions that the Minister has posed before us.
Once again, good afternoon. I know we are nearing, it's already past 12, and maybe the energies are getting lower and lower, but we are getting closer to the end of our discussions on the pre-budget consultations for the 2026-27 financial year. And let me thank the Honourable Minister for highlighting quite a number of issues, and the questions he's raised, very provocative, and they have done so to just set a stage for us so that we can raise various issues, you know, which we will take home and assist us as we are consolidating and finalizing the 2026-27 national budget. And let me also, I think, thank all the presenters that have presented this morning. Very rich discussions, a lot of information, which we'll take home. Let me commend Mzuzu University. I think you've raised quite a number of issues. Knowledge-based economy, very key, very important. Aspect you've raised on the 20 megawatt, generation of power. Definitely we can discuss. Let's find a platform to discuss this further. And I've even been asking myself, I said, because in the National Economic Recovery Plan, we have highlighted the role of the academia. I ask myself, for instance, why is it in Malawi we cannot even produce a simple plow? All the time it has to be imported. And yet you have Bunda, you have other, universities that have, that kind of capacity to do just that. The drones and so forth. Why are we not developing this knowledge and so forth to a commercial level? So these are the sort of questions we'll be raising, to the universities. Issue on CDF, very critical to us, Honourable Minister. This is a game changer for Malawi. For the past 61 years, resources have concentrated at the center. Now we are saying we want to devolve these resources to the local areas. And this is very key. But the question is how we're going to do it. And the Minister of Finance, we've been given this mandate, and this is why we're taking this seriously. At the moment as we speak, we have even appointed a PS on fiscal decentralization. And he will be working hand in hand with all the key players. And let me as well advise, I think the MAGA, you'll be engaged pretty soon on how best, I think we can look at how best we can implement the CDF. Issues about guidelines, for instance. I know, I think His Worship there was also raising about the conditions of service for the various players at that, CDF level. And definitely, I think we'll be engaging each other to see how best we can perfect ourselves so that we disperse resources to the ground and make an impact. And I'm telling you, if we do a very good job, after 5 years, Malawi will be different. I bet that. And I think there were also other presentations. I think Nyika very high, rich kind of issues. I think we would like to engage even further as we move forward. And I like the issue about SOEs that Yinka raised. And this is the fundamental challenge and issue that all of us in this room have to take seriously. And as a Minister of Finance, we are also looking at this issue seriously. Our government enterprises, they have to be efficient. They have to be performance-based. And already, as we speak now, we are engaging them to make sure that they perform. It really doesn't make sense to have a CEO there. His institution is making losses, and yet he has the best kind of condition of service on the ground. It doesn't make sense. And business will not be the same, I think, going forward, come the new financial year. So we'll be engaging each other to make sure that we be efficient as we implement through various programs and activities through our SOEs. And I think there was also, from Livingstonia, definitely, I think you need to keep praying for us, keep praying for the Honourable Minister and ourselves as a team. It's a very tall challenge, but we have the comfort that His Excellency the President is supporting us. The Honourable Minister has got the passion to support us going forward. But what is important is to keep on this engagement. We engage each other to make sure that we perfect our act in the implementation of the 26-27 financial year. At this juncture now, we have now reached a point whereby we would like to invite comments, questions, suggestions from the floor. But looking at the time, we may not all of us ask the questions. I will only invite maybe about 10 people. And for those that will not manage to ask any questions, please write down your question or comment on a paper and give it to our colleagues, like the gentleman here, the Master of Ceremonies, and there's also our spokesperson, Mr. Williams Banda. You can tender in your comment and any issue that you would like us to consider to look at as we are finalizing the 2026-27 financial year. Having said that, I think it's now time. I will be inviting maybe 3 people at a time or 4 people, and then if possible, we may respond to the questions or we may take note of the question and then move forward. There is a gentleman there. Yes. And here in front. And in fact, yes, I was told that you wanted us to brainstorm a little bit on this issue before I ask anybody to come in for any question. Maybe if you can do that within 2 minutes or so, we would appreciate it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Two minutes. First of all, I want to thank the Minister for this initiative. And we know you are a minister who understands what is on the ground. But allow me to speak in Chichewa so that my people will listen what I'll speak. Because this program, bwana, antambira kuionera ndiye tikakhala timangolankhula zizungu ena samva nawe. Bwana Minister, choyambirira ndingofuna ndikepo input ina yaje yonena kuti dziko la Malawi lino, we are good on planning, we are not good on actions. Then kukhulupirira niwo mukhala minister nchifukwa president anakukhulupirani mukhale minister wa actions, zinthu ziyambe uchitika. China ndinamvapo ina aja analankhula za msewu wa Kalonga. bwana simungaganizire kuti sewakalonga kuti kukalonga takhala ndi modern market kuti anzatu saku Tanzania azichokera ku Tanzania akuzagula zinthu pakalonga paja munanenapo panali funso inaje munanena kuti ndi njira ziti zomwe tingapange kuti tizipeza ndalama. Njira ina ndi imene kukalonga kuja bwana kuti chuma chambiri chomwe chingatithandizire ndiye mukapanga budget mutayikapo modern market kukalonga tizakhaonyadira. But another issue that I want to say is there's no fight between councillors and the MPs. We councillors will not fight. Koma chinthu ichi muchisatire muyenerera bwana. There is a gap between MPs and councillors. MP is receiving 6 million, councillor is receiving 150. Funso mwe munafunsa ija bwana inunso ndikufunsani ngati MP. Kodi ndalama zomwe malandira zimachokera kuti? If you are saying kuti kasala akasake ndalama zoti azilandira. Funso imene mukakafunsa parliament mukazifunseso. You need to think about us. Us as councillors bwana ndomwe timakhala ndi wanthu. Pomwe timakhala ndi wanthu taonani bwana. Pomwe mukupanga plan bwana. Bwana IPM abwana nzeru zabwino. Kwa mukapanga budget tikufuna kuti tipeze ndalama. Koma mwikepo magali moto aja anapempha magali moto anthu ine ndikuwuzani kuti zinyalala bwana magali moto azinyalala gulidwe kuti Malawi uno akhale okomera wina aliyense. Bwana kansala kawani 50 kaja koma manena apa bwana maliro every day china chichonse every day ndiolo apapa kukunenedwa ndalama ya CDF ngati simunganizira ndichifaka makakamira kuti akakhale MP ndifuna mtenge mawawa bwana ife makasa tife sife ma adani ama MP oloto lathu ngati nesindiloto kukhala MP koma zomwe zimatiwawa ma MP mazikundikira kwambiri. You want everything to be yours. You know, we need to change the mindset. When we are talking about changing the mindset, if akulu omwe tili maudindo bwana, we need to change. If tili pano titi green sheet yotumikira Malawi, and I promise bwana ine ngati president wa Maga I'll try my best kuti pakati pakasa ndi MP pasakhale udani. Komanso pakati pa ma DCs bwana ajana fotokoza za ma CEO ndi ma DC bwana magali moto kama nina sama flota onekere kuti ndochita bwino kapena ndi madolo iya akungofuna sinu yo ma MP bwana muli ndi gali moto lumagula za magali moto zodula kulowa duty free ndiye kasatu akunena kuti osienta yeka mumpase kona iso duty free mene mapangira ma MP wa ndizoma kudandaula komanso ma DC athu bwana alibe magali moto eni yene kuti akuzothamangira ku event ina aje ngati panopo mmene zikukuchitikira zinthu mmene zikuonongekera kuti akafike kumene koko bwana ndipo vuta taona mene kuli kunkhota taona mene kuli kukalonga ola nthawi ukalonga mwabwera muno kuti ayinde afike pano bwana kuti muone gali moto yake omwe ayendera mumva chisoni kwina akubwana ndikumana nanu face to face ino ndi ineyo koma ndi chikhulupiriro kunena kuti bwana Professor Arthur Peter Mutharika afuna ziko lino lipite pasogolo poma afuna lipite pasogolo wina aliyense moyo wake usinthe tisakhale chimozimozi inuyo ngati mtsogoleri bwana tikuziwa zoti mutiganizira kasala kakasala kakwere komanso magali moto bwana ola zinyala ine ndikulimbikira pa ine popo ndabwera muno munzuzu ndifuna ndikumane ndi azinzanga muno bwana poma kunena kuti tisinthe zimene zozo ziyambire kwa inuyo ngati minister azachuma zikoma kwambiri.
Zikoma kwambiri your lordship. I think those are tamva zimene ziyankhulidwazo and imene naneneraso muchionera kuti ifeyo nda ku Ministry of Local Government tikukambirana pa number of things zoti zichitike at council level zokhuzana ndi CDF pali nkhani zoyang'anaso ma conditions of service zilipo zimenezozo pali nkhani zobweretsa timati ma guidelines ndondomeko zoti tizichitira zinthu kuti pakhale impact tikuyang'anaso zimenezozo ndiye sikuti mukulakwisa iya zimenezo zotamva kupita patsogolo ndithu tizizitenga tizizikambirana pakakhala wotofunikira kuti tikuyitanani tikhala pasi and come up with one common goal. Zikomo kwambiri. Mwina adi nthawi tinayankhula mchizungu komanso ndayankhula muchichione kuti ngati pali anthu ena amene ali mafunso ena aliwonse amene afuna alithandize boma pamene tikupanga ndondomeko ya zachuma ya 2026-27 muli ndi ufulu otero. Kwamene tinakambira muja tiyambe ndi achikulira imapo. Mpaka na 2 minutes ya tatu.
Thank you. I'm here just by chance. Za chizungu zotakana tiyankhule chichewa koma tumbuka fe chichewa ndeti maziruma atu. At least first of all, I must start with you, Mr. When you come here to represent this budget discussions, anthu ngati ifeyo muzilipasa komwina 6 minutes because olira samseka baka. Now you are standing there, you are telling us 2 minutes yata. The Honorable Minister has been given 1 hour. So the question is, who must represent all the questions? Should we be limited because Amaudindo?
Better. So this is better. I would love that the people that they spend the transport to come here, they need to feel free. They are Malawians and they need to speak strongly. I get very confused when the ministers come to the Northern Region and asking how can we boost Malawi economy. But the problems, they are sitting in their office, the minister or the Reserve Bank of Malawi. My question is to Malawians, how do we pay members of parliament a lot of fuel, a lot of house allowances, and at the end when you come to us poor people, you say we don't have money. Help us the ideas. If I may ask the Honorable Manaveka, he came here today with a very big jeep outside. If you sell that jeep and give him a small car, I think it can save us money. And this must go to the president, Professor Peter Mutharika. When we were campaigning for him, we wanted to change these jeeps. These jeeps, they need to be thrown out of your system. You need to use army cars. How many ministers do we have? We have a lot of ministers, and you all have these big cars. You are draining the economy. So you shouldn't ask, how can we make the economy of Malawi better? First, wipe all those cars, big fueling, even the Reserve Bank managers as well. We know you are working for Malawi. How do you feel driving those expensive cars while in Kazun we don't have a road? If I go to the Reserve Bank today and said all those cars, it means the road from Usisia to Mrowe, where I used to foot, will have a road there. We not have to come here, the church people, the lecturers like Singini, they will hide to tell you the truth. But I'm here now to even tell the Singini that when you are meeting these ministers, tell them they are using a lot of money, and that money is for us poor Malawians. Secondly, I need to go to banks like National Bank, any bank that is Malawi government bank. They are very good at giving foreign people a lot of forex and leaving us. Even itikakandi proposal ya bwino yooneka bwino, you don't give us a chance. You say, akajiranga, we say makawakavu, so you must die poor. No. Start recognizing Malawians. Ise ba Malawi. As a minister, Mwanaveka, you can make a lot of good money. Last time, the minister came here, Chitola, I told him, you can come and camp at Florence Bay, Chitimba, where I come from. You will see these trucks, Sasa, thousands of them, traveling in our roads. They are foreign things. I don't know how do you collect money from them. But if you put us a toll gate at Songwe, you put us a toll gate at Chitimba, toll gate at Dunduzu, toll gate at Kadikech here, 3 or 4 toll gates, it means the government will make good money. And we will not cry to Malawi government to say, build us a road. No. Something that you have taught here, he said, Mzuzu University, Mzuzu Airport. The last regime have constructed a very good airport there. I think you must go there and see. We, we are very happy with that. But what I can tell you, when you go to your office now, back in the wrong way, sell that land there. If you sell that land to big business people, you have money to build us a good airport. We are not asking from Reserve Bank or the mines. No, sell that land to people that they have ideas so that that land can benefit us on a good airport. And that airport, we need it at Usisia. Because we have talked to some of DPP champions, we say, no, Usisia deserves a good airport so that that road can be there. Are you happy, Honorable Minister, that the people of Nkadabe must die in the waters? Are you happy that the Malawian citizens, they should suffer with that Odirara there in the boat? That's no. So what I can say is I can end here, but I've got a lot to talk according to mega farms. We would like you to ask you as a minister, make plans. Like now you're asking, how can we make good money? We want to use prisoners. Your commission, your office and the prisoners commission must go and sit down so that Chikangawa can start working. If we can use prisoners to Chikangawa, in 10 years we'll have money that will not even ask for forest, because every African countries, they need timber. I'll end here. Thank you.
Gentleman here.
Thanks for the opportunity presented for me to speak. Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Planning Affairs and Digitalization, Mr. Joseph Manavega Matola, MP. I'm Alipo James Mtete from South of Network Civil Engineering. I am the Home of Origin, Lumpi West. Congratulations for being appointed as the Minister of Finance. You're actually starting from where you stopped. That's distinguishing characteristic of self-esteem. So MCP cocked up your arrangements. On the past election, we indeed acknowledge that DPP was very strong in many constituencies where other parties were weak, and the elections were conducted fairly and peacefully in line with the Constitution of the Republic of Malawi. In a democracy, elected representatives govern. A reminder, you have again carried a great responsibility of the country. That task requires sustained attention, but never forget the cardinal's law that you are the best advocate of your political party. You will be successful to follow restructuring, liberalization, and good grounds on common principle of good governance. Honorable, the people have unanimously voted this government with full confidence, hoping that life will change for better in terms of reduced circumstances. As the country experiences a rising cost of living, much more skyrocketing price of commodities, and availability of fuel and forex during this period of predicament. With regard to the current situation, whether is it permissible in terms of global crisis to continue asking this question on government matters? Can you assure the public what exactly the procedures which you will perform in order to satisfy the people of Malawi? You may accept or deny that there is little compelling evidence presented at this time that your predecessor laid very good, strong, concrete foundations on the proportion of agriculture and mining projects such as Kasia, Iridium, Kairekera mining, mega farms, Agicom, and NIFT, with just a few errors on implementation. How should the Malawians be sure or not you would consider to continue the programs? Please justify this in your presentation of the financial budget statement. Your decision should be based on purpose build and not destroy, because our common enemy is abject poverty and hunger. Honorable Minister, on construction, as companies strive to be industrious to develop, they are facing some challenges on the Road Authority tender document, section 3 of the document, tender evaluation procedure 3:2, technical responsiveness stipulates that companies are required to provide annual volume, AVVs, on the contracts over the past 3 indicated in the bid document. Take note that for the past 5 years, the Road Authority of Malawi never awarded contracts to lower category of indigenous Malawian contractors. We find this that it is contradiction not to be normal to use section 3, subsection 2 of the Road Authority bidding document, which provides substantial evidence that subsidiate companies' values. Reason being that to provide average annual volume and total value to upgrade the category means there was work done. But with this scenario, how can companies add volume of construction over the past 5 years without works awarded? Now it is my plea that the government should well scrutinize and review the section, and it should be deemed as contingency reserves. That lowest bidders must be avoided in order to have a standard works in our construction industry. Honorable Minister, give us a practical answer which can guide us to pass these more difficult times. Or maybe you can eliminate the path up to when should we wait the responsible company which has the mandate to access the pricing of the gas pipeline, and when will the contractor commence the construction of the gas pipeline at Direct Malawi. We need to know as a country, because that is the creation of a truly independent source of forex, as the country is in dire need of forex. Also, there is a concern that our government of Malawi has great level of debt, excessive borrowing. How will you give counsel and advice to deal with this malpractice to be present as we are rebuilding the country? In conclusion, integration pertinent facts are that as government avoid policies that can lead to corruption and failed public services, and that grow the economy and not degrow economy. Consideration should be given based on the principles of good governance as you will be making determination in your financial budget. On the proposal that it is necessary to provide subsidies to needy citizens of Malawi so that they can be able to afford a basic life, even though it is sad to note, however, that we are required to continue to follow deep-seated measures in order to change the future, which is the reality. Owing to pressure from the global crisis, we can't bail out Malawi without following deep economic empowerment. Measures should be, I believe if the government will practice these measures, will automatically awake the system. I therefore sincerely hope that President Arthur Peter Mutharika will fix this. Congratulations, Peter Arthur Mutharika, for being elected the 7th President of Malawi. In everything, let us thank God. Thank you for your attention. I submit.
Thank you very much. I think that's a statement. Could you also submit that to the Master of Ceremony? Because there are a lot of issues there. Then the gentleman at the far right, yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for giving me this opportunity. I'm Masako Tawe from Voice of the North, and I'm also from Nikoma. I usually tend to wonder, as a country, we mostly boast of tourism in this country, but there's not much being done in tourism. Taking it from Likoma, we have Likoma which can be more attractive to tourism, but there is nothing which has been done. I'll give you an example of transportation alone, where we have a vessel which is Ilala, which was built in 1949 with the 400 tonnage and the 450 passengers. By then, the population was very low, whereby Ilala could not, could accommodate all these tonnage and the number of passengers. Why does the government not consider purchasing or procuring the new vessel that can attract more to visit Likoma? But at the same time as we are thinking of this vessel, we should also be considering constructing maybe a 5-star hotel, maybe having a JIT, completing the JIT which is incomplete, which started almost in 2019 up to date, is not complete. And we even lost about 11 lives last year. And the government promised in 30 days to finalize the JIT, which is not yet there. And we expect tourists to visit Likoma. Likoma, as I'm talking, it's more of business, because we have Mozambique, we have Tanzania, as well as other Malawians from other districts doing business there. But due to transportation problem challenge, there are a lot that we are losing. Ilala alone is fetching almost 51 to 52 million kwacha on one round of a trip, whereby 2 weeks, within a week, we are making almost 100 million kwacha, of which is a lot in our economy. But at the same time, we should also think of fish. Most of our fish species are depleting, but if the government can consider having the cage fishing farming, we can also have a lot of fish which can also improve our nutrition at the same time. we can be exporting exporting the fish to other countries, which can also generate the so-called forex we are worried of. So I submit, if this can be considered, I think they can also help in developing our economy. Thank you.
I think that's a very pertinent intervention. We totally agree with you. Tourism can make a very big impact and a contributor to GDP. Very shortly, we'll be meeting the Ministry of Tourism in our budget discussions, and we will be tabling some of the issues that we've raised here. We'll be raising them for a discussion so that we see maybe possibly how best we can improve, our tourism. You cited Likoma, but I know there are so many more sites and areas as well we also need to be considering. And on the fish, definitely it's also on the table. The cage culture, it's very easy, it's straightforward. If we are determined Malawi within a year can be a net producer of fish products through aquaculture and other programs. So for sure, this will also be discussing as we meet, the Minister of Natural Resources. I wanted to take the first round, the last round, I should say, of questions. There's a gentleman there. Where are the ladies? There are no ladies raising their hands. Okay, that lady there. A gentleman here, and then a gentleman there. Then we'll wind up. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, I hope you had the clear and understood questions that you raised, and I think maybe we have not really responded to your questions. I wanted to try some of them to respond as quickly as possible. Number one, how do we reduce the expenditure? Honourable Minister, the first answer is we should stop buying maize from outside the country. These essential food products that we have, we can easily manage them within our country. For example, Honourable Minister, now that we have mega farms, and we have made that these mega farms, they should be operated by government institutions. So every director wants to go to a mega farm, he gets a night allowance, he drives that big vehicles, lot of fuel. What if we can give this one to private sector? We can make a lot of profits with those mega farms than us as government institutions running those mega farms. At the same time, we can have a lot of productivity using private sector than government institution running the mega farms. So I thought this is a quick game, and we can benefit from it. Other opportunities for revenue generation, Honourable Minister. Two areas that I wanted to raise. Number one, my colleague mentioned the Bashkangawa, where we can get a lot of forex and a lot of money for this country. But as of now, you find that it's only the area where Raipla is, where we have trees. But the rest of the area is empty. Why don't we do the needful and maybe recruit temporary workers, put them there at a minimum wage? We can generate a lot of money from that area, much that it may be in the next 10 years or so, but this one is one of the things that this country needs going forward. Secondly, Honourable Minister, support urban councils with the quinquennial evaluation that the ED for MAGA mentioned, because as of now, you find that there are a lot of clients from urban councils for funding from government, which is something that we can avoid by just supporting the production of quinquennial evaluation roles. QVR for urban councils, it means they can stand on their own without really depending on the government. Honourable Minister, the other thing that I was thinking about is the balance of payments. Balance of payments, you look at maybe two farmers, big farmers in rice production, big farmers in these other products that we have. We can easily export these goods and get a lot of exchange of foreign currency and have this balance of payments as quickly as possible. If you look at maybe industries, they may take us 5 years from now. But this country, within just farming, we can do a lot as a country than the way we're operating as of now. Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you. The lady at the back. Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, and all protocols observed. Issue yaine kwambiri nali ya importation of fruits.
Zina.
Luce Tembo from Nabiwi, Northern Region Mobilizer, and the Women Network for Climate Change in Malawi. Nkane yakuli nali pa importation of fruits. Never importation of fruits people. I'm asking Kuti, is it not possible Kuti the government should put deliberate policy Kuti ngatuku north kuno kuli most of the land which can be used to plant bananas, and this can be done by local people, which are local people, I mean, not by grassroots, and in such a way they also be addressing the issue of climate change, because bananas are they are ground covers. And in addition to that, there is also issue of agricom matching grant. Most of the clubs most of the clubs and cooperatives, they are able to contribute on 20% on kind, but in this 10% which is in cash, it's becoming a problem for them to contribute. So how can the government come in so that this contribution can be moved away, or in another way they can have softer loans which can be done so that the implementation of agricom should be fruitful to the communities? Thank you.
And then the last two. Yes, sir.
Honourable Minister and all protocols observed. I have two observations. The first one is just a follow-up from my colleague who talked about my name is Reverend John Gondwe, coming from University of Livingstonia. About the purchase of maize outside Malawi. Malawi is known as an agro-based economy, which means our priority number one in our every annual budget should be about agricultural products and related activities. But one wonders why an agro-based country can import lots of tons of maize outside the country. One way of reducing expenditure and debt is my proposal. We have tried AIP, we have done FISIP. I don't know whether our assessment is based on the empirical or is a desk assessment about the impact of these programs we have had in the past. I can cite an example. One lending institution gave loans in my community of Chin. So the field assistant was supposed to come and assess what is happening, how people have benefited, in terms that to give a telephone call. Fortunately, unfortunately, I was there in the village. The one who received was not conversant with the chair and English. The one who was calling gave an option. Should I speak in English or the chair? Said, then I got the call just to assist. Then the question, how much do you expect to harvest? And all these things. No, you are supposed to come and visit the field and see how the crops are performing. He said, we need to give a quick report. They want to estimate how much are we expecting from this. So that I can't give you. Okay, I'll come back to you. You never called. So which means some of the assessment reports, the feedback you get, they are not reflecting the life on the ground. That's why sometimes you depend on figures, percentages, then you keep on rolling. I would suggest that maybe instead, as a trial, for the next 2 growing seasons, the government should invest a lot into investor subsidy. Because the people you give FISIP and AIP, they're the same people you are importing maize for. I don't see anyone here receiving a bag of 10 kg from imported maize here. These people can produce on their own. Should you give them invest subsidy, I think they can produce a lot and can be shared within the country. A second thing was about revenue avenues can government explore to maximize Malawi's revenue potential. I want to concur with someone who talked about tourism. I will talk this with examples. Maybe if the minister or the minister of tourism is aware that some of the foreign managed tourism centers, they rob us. They don't pay tax accordingly. I can give an example without mentioning the institution. I received some visitors from USA. They were visiting Nika National Park. So we were discussing how are they going to do the payments. I said, oh, no, I've already paid in the US online, in the account, foreign account in the US. I've already paid for that. So just go there and buy drinks and eat. So which means the accommodation and all these things they pay there, where they come from, which means Malawi as a government is denied revenue. And there are many of them. You go to the Rikoma, you check what are they doing and other places. Is the minister aware that these foreign managed tourism centers or hotels, some people they pay in advance where they come from? That is a loss to the ministry. I submit, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Reverend. And I know, I think on the last, especially the last issue, the Honourable Minister would be very much interested to look into, because he's already put down, some strategies for averting, that particular, behavior of our foreign tourists. Yes, sir.
I've got just like 3 or 4 points which I'd like to say. I'd like to concur with Mr. Minister said that value addition in this country can help enhance productivity. But one of the things which is deterring our value addition is the influence of local cheap commodities from abroad. And that is affecting us. And that, if that thing can be controlled by you, the government, by maybe trying to increase taxes on those kind of products so that we, the local, can be able to produce them, can be very beneficial to the country. I'll give you a good example. I am into fashion industry myself, and we know very well what second-hand industry has done, second-hand clothes industry. And we know very well what second-hand industry clothes has done to the country. It's flooded everywhere. But we, the local producers, have found a niche in uniforms. And it's also now pathetic that the local uniforms are being flooded by second-hand clothes. It would be better, you as a minister, if you can be able to increase taxes or maybe try to deter this kind of importation of second-hand uniforms, or even encourage the local production of uniforms in this country so that we, the local producers, can be able to have that kind of thing. The other thing which I want to raise, Mr. Minister, is that your predecessor, Gudo Godre, had these 2 initiatives. 1, the creation of community banks. 2, the creation of a development bank. We know the lack of credit is affecting us, the local businesses. And we know banks, the 4 cartels, which we know very well, they're so strict whenever it comes to giving credits to local businesses. And Jodo Godre had said that he can be able to give a bill, which is in your minister, I think for sure, which is able to create community banks which can be able to offer credit to small businesses. It could be better now that you, the minister, are there in this budget, should be able to initiate this kind of initiative, whereby we can have creation of these community banks which are going to be regional based, make sure that they can be able to be working local businesses, to be able to be giving credits to local small SMEs, small especially, which can be able to strive the economy. Another thing was the construction of a development bank, which was meant to offer low credits of long-term projects. No, we came off the mic, and Mike has been pathetic, to be honest with you. It's actually doing as a commercial bank. It's either it's revamped or it's actually constitutional to make sure that it's actually focused on what's supposed to be doing. Long-term agriculture value products. Not what it's doing now of giving loans to fertilizer. Fertilizer was meant for NIF, but not for knife. Mike should remove giving fertilizer. Let's be able to concentrate on what's supposed to be done. Giving long-term projects, giving loans to long-term projects. The other point which I'd like to give is that, as you already said, that most businesses here in our informal sector, but we like them to go to formal sector. I know this kind of voluntary arrangement is not working. Couldn't it be better as you as the government in this budget should make sure that either you use a stick or use a carrot, whichever feels good, so that people should get from informal to get informed so that you can have more taxes. Whatever can be good for you can be able to be acceptable. Either use a stick or use a carrot, whichever you feel is better, so that we from the informal sectors, which most people are operating, can be able to go into the formal sector. And finally, I just like to say that a long time ago, there was a member of MP who came up with a interest capping bill. I know it was lobbied down, but if you interests which are there now, it's pathetic. Just imagine you're borrowing at 33% and you're giving the interest for 4%. It's now that maybe there's a legislation in the parliament to make sure that this kind is controlled. It's either you tell the banks that if you're charging this amount for borrowing, charge this, pay this in interest. Either by through a legislation in the parliament. That can be able to work. Because as of this, on their own, they're not working. They're stealing. Actually, stealing. Both guys stealing. Daylight robbery. It would be better if they are able to be controlled. I submit my comments. Thank you.
Very, very clear.
I also have a proposal.
At this particular stage. Yes.
I also have a proposal.
Just to add on that?
Yes, it's a proposal which I would like to submit to the Minister of Finance.
Can you do it quickly in 2 minutes?
Yes.
Because we're running out of time.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My proposal to Honorable Minister is the issue of the VAT. If we would actually split the VAT, that would help. Number one, the issue of the 17.5%. I feel we could have broken down further to say essential food items like agriculture, groceries, which are very, very, very essential. At least we should maintain them at 16.5%. Non-food items, things like electronics, other things, we would actually adjust it. So for me, if you can
you're done.
Okay, I hope you can hear me. So, okay, for me is to ask the Honorable Minister advice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So my proposal to the Honorable Minister was to revise the VAT, to break it down in 2 segments. The first segment, essential food items and all the necessary food items, they should still maintain the 16.5% or even lower them down. The non-food items, that's what the ministry or that's what the government should put much emphasis, because we are looking at the local person, the marginalized person at the village, who highly be affected by the adjustment of the VAT. But also to us, small businesses as well, it will also have an implication on our operations. So for me, that's my proposal to the Ministry of Finance. Thank you, Bwana.
Thank you very much. I think you've reached the end of our questions commentary. Let me, at this particular juncture, allow the Honourable Minister to come in and maybe possibly respond to some of the questions. I saw a hand from Honourable Shihana, but I think he's here. Should I give you a chance? If you could quickly, within a minute or two.
Thank you. Minister and the entire crew and all protocols. Honorable Minister, I think I just have one point which I wanted to raise.
I wanted to find out where are we on the compact. The U.S. government has withdrawn USAID, but the compact was going to help quite a lot in the northern region, central region, and southern region. Where are we on that one? And the last one is the Malawi population, which is productive, is only 4%. But the social beneficiaries which we are trying to target to help is over 93%. What is the government doing to engage at least everybody to be productive enough so that we can support the growth of the GDP in Malawi? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Secretary to the Treasury, the Commissioner General, our two mayors, Professor Singin from the university, representative for NGOs, representative of the religious organizations. We have here, I think, business people, and also colleagues from government that are with me. I would like to thank you for the productive engagement that we have today. There are a lot of comments that were made, which I'm sure the team are taking note, and to make sure that some of the issues are incorporated in the budget. Obviously, we cannot include everything, but maybe we'll try to prioritize those that can be done now and those things that can be done later. So the fact that your proposal has not been considered now doesn't mean that it has been ignored, because we have a database, all the requests that are being made. I think I want to just to mention that. But the discussion has been quite enlightening. I'm sure we have achieved what we wanted. Perhaps in some cases, some of the observations made, I would kindly advise you to, I think, put it on paper and clarify. Because we need to be clear exactly what you want. Because in some cases, we're also asking questions. But that's the more reason why we're here. And then you tell us exactly what you want to be done. If you are questioning, for example, the benefits that the MPs get or ministers, say it. That's why we are here. You get it? That's why we are here. Because I'm sure my colleagues are also listening out there. The MPs are also, that's why it is live, so that everyone knows what is it that needs to be done. But the purpose of this meeting is to get your input so that we change the way we are doing things. Currently, I can assure you, every time, I'm sure, I don't know what ST Commissioner General MRI, at our time we sleep very late to see what is it that we can do to this economy. It's not easy. But I'm glad that we, at least we are, with the guidance that we are getting from the President, Professor Zapam Tarika, I think we are making progress. I also want to mention that I like the Malawian people. I think they know. They know what is good and what is bad. I'm sure there's a reason why they wanted Professor Abraham Tarika back, because we have a history. He has already demonstrated that it's possible to manage public debt. If you check on the presentation there, you have seen it. It was 4.1 trillion, but now it has increased, but we have no control over that. If you are talking about the expenditure, I'm also glad that it is our President, Professor Abraham Tarika. I can assure you, in terms of cutting costs, I think I've worked with Bingu and also Professor Abraham Tarika. They were quite determined to ensure that we cut costs and make sure that most of the resources go to the poor people. I want to tell you, for example, in 2020, our spending to State House, it was 4 billion. It's in the paper, you can check in the records, 4 billion. But now it moved to 4 billion to 67. Actually, it was more than 67 billion that was in the budget. That 67 billion was finished in 5 months. 5 months. And actually the 67 because actually they were overspent as well. We cannot afford that. So in terms of government or the president to be, I think you already used as an advocate. I thought he already has demonstrated that. He has also demonstrated that he can manage this economy better. Interest rates were much lower, I've measured it. Policy rate was at 12.5 at the time he left government. Money supply was at its lowest. Inflation was at its lowest. And I'm sure you also agree with me that we have the means. We had the means. The only time we had I think there was a time that during our administration, and I happened to be a ST at that time, remember we had a surplus as government, as Malawi. We exported maize to Madagascar and other countries. That is possible. What am I asking from you? The commitment is there. The political will is there. But it cannot be only the president. Because actually when I talk about over expenditure, we talk about the corruption, you think it's government alone. Most of the projects that we have are by the private sector. You get it? They are the ones that are doing these projects. When I'm talking about the projects being inflated, who does that? Is it the government? It's the private sector. And for there to be a corruption, there must be two people. Mostly it's one in government and the other one in the private sector. That's why I'm saying, don't only talk about corruption in government. Actually, the one who corrupts our officials are the people from the private sector. I think let me quickly go to a few questions that have been raised. I've understood them very well. Our mayor, I think, advocated that we need to have a modern market in Karonga. I want to agree with you. Actually, one of the programs that we have, if you check on our manifesto, we want to have growth centers. Growth centers, where you have beautiful market, where you have banks in there, and then you have offices where people can, business offices. Everything has to be there, a hospital, everything has to be there. That we are doing, and also that we can do. I also like the question that you have asked, where does the salaries that the MPs and ministers get? I've understood very well, and I'm sure, as I've said, they are listening there, so that when we are making some adjustments, you also recall, I don't know whether you recall that from 2014 to 2019, all ministers, I think their salary were reduced by 30%. Also reduced even for fuel. I do recall, at that time, I think the salary of, I think the president was about 2.5 million, and the vice was getting 2.5 million. That was the salary. But our president at that time, actually, I remember, he even told the cabinet that if you, even the current cabinet has told us, if you want, you have come to enrich yourself, and you have come to enjoy it, then you rather resign. That's what he told. He has said it even publicly. So that shows the commitment that has been made. You talked about the jeeps that are there, including the one that is outside. I agree with you. But a policy decision has to be made so that is done. But it should not only be done for ministers and MPs. We have chief executives in parastatals, and most of the parastatals are not even doing well. But look at the vehicles that they use. Let's look at the travels they make, business class, and yet the companies are dying. Even NGOs, I'm sure they also have jeeps. Am I right? So when they are preaching to us, they also, I think we need to make sure that that should be addressed. So it's not only us, but everybody has to participate in this. And there was a question, I think from one of members here, where you have said banks prefer the foreigners as opposed to locals. I agree with you. I think that's why we have the governor here. I think the governor have taken note of that. I'm sure you need to monitor the allocation of foreign exchange. But I can assure you, we are in this situation because of foreign exchange scarcity. There was a time when you have enough forex, you don't have to go at the queue. You get it? You don't have to queue. Because nowadays, when I know when you go to the banks, they were given 1,000 for you to go and do business. What can you do with 1,000? It's not even enough for a ticket. It's not even enough for your transportation to those. But I can assure, I'm glad to mention this, that because we are addressing the situation and it will be addressed. You have made proposals on having a toll gates in most of the roads. Actually, there's a number of roads that we need to have toll gates. And once we have done the roads properly, we have, of course, the Chiweta Karonga Chitipa Road. There was also a proposal, and we have already discussed that with the Road Fund Administration. Because there's a view that if we can finish the Rumpi, Nika, Chitipa, I'm told it will be like a bypass, am I right? So that if you have a problem here, you can just go through that road to Chitipa, going that side. And if you can do that through PP or build BOT, it should be possible to be done. And we can also put the toll gates there. We have the Inchinji from Lilongwe to Inchinji. We have what we call the M5. M5 is the Lakeshore Road. I'm sure it can be done through a PPP arrangement without government spending money. So all those, I can assure you, we are thinking about it. And also we have talked about leaving our airport, which we have not asked, because we started it, that we build a nice airport. And that we have proposed that there must be a way of raising money without necessarily using public funds. There was an issue about prisoners. Actually, we have touched on some that we're already working on. Because we are saying there are so many, I don't know how many, over 10,000 prisoners that are sitting idle. Some of them, they are not, they are small, what do you call them? Not necessarily, I remember the former vice president talked about, but then I go prison, and go bank huku. You remember that? And I go bank huku. They are there. I thought those people that had small cases, I thought they can be used. Actually, they can produce food. We don't have to subsidize food for them. That can be done. So that is being looked at. There's another issue that we are discussing with the Army Police. This is Army Police, Immigration, and prisons. The production of uniforms. I think somebody raised that issue as well. We're also looking at that. We need to find a way that we need to produce them in Malawi. I remember when I was in trade, we introduced this by Malawi. One of the issues that we targeted was that, to make sure that we buy in Malawi. We have a way of doing it, mostly to make it more expensive to import. Am I right? But you can only subsidize the raw material. You get it? The raw material, not the finished product. I think we have discussed that with the army, the police, and we are also looking at that. There's no reason why we should be importing these uniforms. You have mentioned others. I think they are quite sensitive in nature because we have tried it in the past. You have mentioned about second-hand clothes and vehicles. But for that one, I want to comment for obvious reasons. We tried it before, but some that can be managed. I think there was issue of what is it that we need to demonstrate, what action we want to do in order to restore the economy. I think there was a question that you raised. That's why I've told you that we have an economic recovery plan, where we have highlighted the short term, the medium term, and the long term, with specifics. With specifics, what needs to be done. I think we had a list of technical people, both local and foreign, to have that economic recovery plan. I think that we need to share, we'll share at some point, as I highlighted before, we need to share that to be done. But again, as I've said, it will not be business as usual. Others will feel the pain. Once we are doing that, when some people are feeling the pain, it's not out of ill will or bad intention, but that will be done to address this economy. I saw an article in the paper saying, no, I think the next budget, no taxes. Am I right? We have had too much of taxes. The answer is yes or no. I need your support as your minister. This economy can be managed, and it will be managed, but with your support. There was an issue about the construction industry. I think the issue of the 60%. I remember, I think in 2019-2020, I do recall it was, I think, it is Honorable Gudo Gonde also, where we advocated that 60% of our contracts or tenders should go to locals. The challenge that has been there is that you give a contract of 20 billion to a local, then he has to go to bank and get a performance bond, and then bid bond. Most of them have no capacity. So what has happened is, now our local people are being fronted. You get it? They are being fronted in order to get that job. So I think as a ministry or as a government, we need to find a way of empowering the locals so that most of the production, some of the construction works needs to be done by the locals themselves. But that we need to work together. In some countries, they give guarantees to local contractors. That also can also be looked at. There was a question on value addition, and you wanted me to give a political answer. I think the political issue, I thought we can discuss it outside this, because if you want me to give a political answer, I don't think this is the right forum, but I can assure you political answers are there, and they'll be addressed. On the issue of tourism, there's a proposal that has been made, and I entirely agree with you. Most of our visitors are not, they are paying outside. They just come here to eat. And everything, accommodation, everything has been paid from outside. That's why I don't know whether you read our midterm budget. We want to fix that. And the Reserve Bank governor, I think, is working on that. And I hope we are making progress on that. Because we need to do that. Because otherwise we'll be losing out. People just be coming here when the forex remains behind. Action is taking place. It was in the midterm budget. It will also be emphasized in the main budget. You mentioned about the Koma and the Chizumuru. I think the ST tried to explain that. Not only that, but we needed to do. But I want also you to appreciate that it is this current administration that have done a lot to the Koma. That's why maybe they have also given support to our president. And you know, it's one of the things where we have MP and the councillor, they're all blue. Because do you know that it's only the Koma where we have, everybody has electricity. Am I right? Because it's being generated, because there are few people there. And even water. And they also wanted to have an airport. I think the airport is there. And we are building a jet there, and we want to make sure that is addressed. And also we'll do, we need to look at I think we had a concession. We need to look at that concession and see how best we need to do. And my suggestion is not only be using these Ilara and whatever, we can use all sorts of things. We can even have helicopters fly and back. We don't have necessarily to use water. I went to Ghana, no, not Ghana, I went to Sierra Leone. I'm sure those that have gone to Sierra Leone, you normally land in the island, and you normally use what's called hovercraft. Hovercraft, I don't know whether I've seen a hovercraft. It's some form of an aircraft, but it flies above the water, and it's very fast. That also can be considered. Because what we are seeing now is unfortunate that we are losing lives. People going to either to and from Rikoma and Kizumu, and people are dying. I think that needs to be stopped, and we need to do that as soon as possible. There was a proposal on fish species being depleted, that has been noted. And there's the issue of stop buying maize. I would say yes and no. Not that time, Malawians are hardworking people. And when there's good rain, they do produce. And I assume this year to be the same. The only challenge that I remember the past 2 years or 3, we had a lot of cyclones, am I right? Like I remember in Karonga, that was heavily affected by the heavy water. I mean, even in Zeus was affected. We had the cyclone Fred, right? And times we also have it becomes a challenge. I think we need to change how we do that. I think lastly, I think there was an issue about looking at the interest rates. That one I would need your support as well, because something has to be done. We can't continue on those higher rates, otherwise the economy will not grow. The splitting of VAT, I think that one we need to engage you further. We need to understand it. I'm saying because one of the cardinal rule in taxation is fairness. And make sure that it should not be discriminatory. So if you say this one we should not charge, and that one we charge. But I'm also aware that, for example, VAT has been removed, particularly for food, for the farm gate. If you are buying from, you don't, even when you sell maize and food, it is exempted from VAT. But I think we need to get your views on that, and then we'll take from there. But also we are mindful that we have a lot of exemptions, a lot of exemptions, which need to be looked at. Because otherwise we are also losing money on exemptions. So MRA and ourselves, we are looking at which ones we need to remove. Because otherwise we are draining the resources. There was a last one from my honorable colleague, my brother, and my classmate, Mr. Honorable Chihana. We have taken note, we have said, on the compact, the minimum challenge, that one is gone. Addition has been made. We can't find it. That's what I was saying, that we have a challenge. Because the compact is gone, the global fund is gone, the USAID projects are gone, hence the need for us internally to find a way of, to fund ourselves. Otherwise, the world is changing. The world is moving from what? Budgetary support to trade. They want us to do more trade than just be getting grants. That's what everyone is preaching. And that is something that we cannot avoid. I thought we have tried to answer some of the questions, but in summary, I'm saying we have taken note of what you have said. We'll make sure that we implement. Our door is open. Please, if you have some burning issues, because we want to consult up to maybe first week of February, I'm supposed to present the budget somewhere around 13, 14 of February. So we are open for the further discussion. Professor, you have good ideas. Perhaps we need to sit down how best we can address that. So I want to thank you very much. Let's work together. We have a choice as Malawians. I want to repeat, we have a choice as Malawians to leave issues like this and leave the people in the village suffering, and we remain a laughable or laughing stock for the countries around us. We should be asking ourselves, why is Tanzania doing well? You get it? Why is there forex in Tanzania, in Zambia, and we don't have forex? What is it that we can do? Because if you talk about COVID, it affected all of the country. If you talk about the Ukraine war, it affected everybody. Right? We cannot use that when the other countries have addressed that. So thank you very much. Looking forward to a further consultation. But again, let's work together as partners, not as enemies. Thank you.
Another big hand to the Honourable Minister. The Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization, Honourable Joseph Machola Manamveka. The Secretary to the Treasury, Dr. Cliff Kenneth Chiunda. The Governor of Reserve Bank, Dr. McDonald Mafuta Mwale. The Commissioner General of the Malawi Revenue Authority, Mr. Felix Tamblas. The President of the Malawi Local Government Association, Your Worship, Mayor Isaac Jom Osman. The Mayor of Mzuzu City, Your Worship, Chiembekezo Moses. The Principal Secretary for Decentralization in the Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization. The Director General, National Planning Commission, Mr. Frederick Changaya. Representatives of the academia, led by the Vice Chancellor of Mzuzu University, Professor Wallace Singini. Representatives of the faith-based communities, led by Livingstonia Church and Society, Reverend Matt Mulaga. Representatives of the civil society organizations, led by Mr. Moses Mkandawire. Representatives of various professional bodies. Representatives of private sector organizations, directors and senior government officials present here, members of the press, all Malawians following the who have been following the proceedings through various medias, the television and the social media. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of today's consultative meeting, and let me thank the Honourable Minister and the Secretary to the Treasury for their flexibility to respond to the questions that were posed. It was intended to be a consultative meeting where we just collect your thoughts, but they managed to give an opportunity to listen to the questions at the same time to respond to the questions. We thank you, Honourable Minister, for that. I would like as well to thank you all for being a wonderful audience from the very morning up to this afternoon. I would like to assure you that all the contributions that have been made have been taken note of, and as the Minister said, the very official response to the contributions will appear in the budget. So we understand, as the Minister said, not everything will be picked, but most of these things will be incorporated into the budget. On Wednesday, we are in Blantyre, and we want to assure our colleagues in Blantyre that we will be there, and we are inviting everyone to come and contribute to the budget. As we are coming towards the end, I would like to invite that as we are going out, we should collect the meal coupons at the door. And then to our colleagues, the press, the interviews will just be done up front here. So the live interviews, as we are walking out, the Minister and the high table will be up front here, and you are invited with your cameras to come up front here. Coming to that end, I thank you very much. It has been a wonderful day. Let me now invite Evangelist Francis Halawa to give us a closing prayer so that he should bless our he should give us travel messages as we are going back. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Ndi mmene tamalizira tu kuno kumzuzu kumene nduna ya zachuma Joseph Mwanamveka amamva maganizo a anthu osiyanasiyana kuti kodi dongosolo la zachuma la 2026 kuzafika 2027 kuti anthu aikemo mfundo za mtundu wanji. Kumbukirani kuti mfundo zimenezi zikugwirizana ndi Malawi 2063 malinga ndi mene anenera pa nduna kuti zikugwirizana ndi mfundo za Malawi 2063 zimene kwenikweni akuyang'ana zintchito ngati za zokopa alendo, ulimi, komanso nkhani za migodi, komanso osayiwala pali nkhani ngati za mabizinesi ang'ono ndi paperekedwanso maganizo a anthunso osiyanasiyana ena amenemo apereka kunena kuti bwanji pakhalenso kuganizira ngati ntchito za magetsi, mphamvu ya magetsi kuti zimene zinso ziyikidwe ngati ma priority areas. Ndi zimene zachitika tu pano tsiku la lero. Ndi kunabwera anthu ochuluka kuno, kunabwera akuluakulu ochokera ku ma universities osiyanasiyana komanso akuluakulu wapereka maganizo wake. Ndithokoze kwambiri anzanga onse amene nagwira nawo ntchito tsiku la lero kwa kuti mutimvere pano pa MBC Radio 1 komanso pa MBC TV. Tinali ndi anthu osiyanasiyana, tinali ndi mtolankhani wathu anali George Nkandawire, tinali ndi Andrew Chikusa, tinali ndi Blessings Saka, komanso tinali ndi Gresham Mungomo, komanso ndi anthu anzanga ena ngati achina Boston Machika, Boston Tembo, Joseph Pili, Wellington Ntengula, komanso ndi anthu ena osiyanasiyana amene tagwira nawo ntchito kuti inu mukwanitse kutionera komanso kutimvera. Apa tsopano tikuperekeni kwa anzathu ku Chichiri, ku Broadcasting House, ku radio komanso ku Kwacha Studios mu mzinda wa Blantyre. Kuchokera kwa ine Hassan Piri ndikuti pitilizani kuonera komanso kumvera MBC.
Sabata ino mu program ya Woman Talk
uli mwambi umene umanena kuti mawu amalenga. Kodi ifeyo ngati anthu timachita bwanji?
Tikapsha mtima tisamafulumire kuyankhula mawu osiyanasiyana.
Mwana kumunena tuku udzakhala mfiti.
Uona ine ntakunena mene uona ozapangani maisi winda.
Mawu amamanga, mawu amaononga,
makamaka ma social media awo.
Yes.
Ankonena zabodza
osamalekerera anthu otemberera nzawo.
Tabereka mwana tikumuchula maumphawi athu aja tikumuchula dzina lokuti ndaziona. Koma
pambana yeah. Unamulenga muntu chifanizo chanu yeah. Unamukondetsetsa hasa tavutike yeah. Kumalelo tiani mutakuvutika kusowa chakuja talama idasoa kali kwabwela matenda hata pakati patu yeah. Taluza makolo taluza ana ipatenga oadalila kale tikola tutaluza so kumanda kumanda